I was relating the extent to which this was a problem, okay? And I was saying that even when Chief Lutuli, because he was President General of the ANC at the time, so even when they had to hold meetings, when he was under banning orders and under house arrest, so he couldn't leave the home, which meant that NEC members had to come to Groundville for meetings, okay, for him to be able to chair and oversee those meetings. So, but they couldn't happen in the Lutuli home, firstly because he wasn't allowed to be in the company of more than one person at a time, or two people at a time, and then he was under house arrest. So what he would do then, as I explained earlier, he would arrange for trusted neighbors to host those senior ANC officials who came from outside of Cloudville or the greater North Coast region, to host them, and then they would all pretend to sleep.
Can we just hold it there for Ms. Kubeka to translate?
Just wait, Ms. Kubeka. Just wait. I'd like to remind the members in the public gallery that we do not allow people to eat inside court while the court is in progress, so that we respect a court protocol. Those who are who are desirous of finishing their coffee, they may exit the court, do what they want to do with their coffee, and then come back.
Siyacela ke la ukuthi sikhumbuze ukuthi asikhumbuze ke la malunga omphakathi akhona uma ngabe kukhona abantu bebesadla ngenxa ukuthi enkantolo ke akuvumelekile ukuthi sidle mase singaphakathi enkantolo. Uma ngabe mhlawumbe usaphethe ikofi lakho ungayiqedi ke siyacela ukuthi niqedele lapha ngaphandle.
You don't have to throw it away. You can just keep it and hold it with your feet for a time being, and then you'll have time later to finish it off.
Mhlambe ungaligcina ngale ukuthi uzulichithe uligcinele ukuthi phela kuzothi mawuthola isikhathi ke bese uyaliqedelela ke.
Yes, proceed, Ms. Kubeka.
Thank you, Malay. Njoba bengisachaza ke la mayelana mangithi mina inkosi uLuthuli iyayisoloke ngaphansi ke kweso ohulumeni kobandlululo ngalesa sikhathi ukuthi njoba bengishilo ukuthi njoba kwakuba nezinhlela ekade ezenza njoba phela kwenzeka yonke lento bekunale mithetho eboshiwe ukuthi basekhaya kade abantu abangaphezulu koyedwa kanti esikhundleni sakhe besaloke umongameli wenhlangano yeANC ukuthi ke uzoqhubeka nalemhlangano makufanele kube khona imhlangano ebanjwayo ayikwazi ukuthi ibanjwe lapha ekhaya kaLuthuli kodwa uzokwenza inhlelo nomakhelwane ke bakhe abathembileke ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bamukele noma bagcine labantu laba basuke bephuma ngaphandle kwale ndawo seGroundville nakwezinye indawo abaholi ke baye futhi iANC kube nalezo nhlelo ke ezibakhona ukuthi kugcinwe noma ke kube nalabantu abaphuma ngaphandle ngenhloso yokuzokwenza ke le mhlangano naye futhi uzonyonyoba phela ukuthi uzolinda isimo uma sekubona ukuthi kulelwe noma sekulate kuma ke esenza lotho lokunyonyoba.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, he would have asked young men to go and cut grass in the middle of a sugarcane field in the area where they would hold the meeting. And then, because he knew that he was under surveillance, he would pretend to be going to sleep as normal. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, 9 o'clock, they would switch off the lights, the candles and everything, and pretend that he's going to sleep. And then later in the night, around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, when the special branch themselves would be falling asleep now, he would then wake up and sneak out of the house and walk to the sugarcane fields where they had agreed they would meet. And they would hold meetings, ANC meetings, in the middle of a sugarcane field. And I think this is part of history that a lot of people don't know, that some of the NEC meetings were actually held in the middle of the night, in the middle of sugarcane fields. And then at the end of the meeting, he would then sneak back into the house to then go and sleep. This just highlights the extent to which he was surveilled and the measures that he had to take to ensure that he doesn't get detected if and when he needed to meet other people.
Nje uma ngezelela futhi kuloko bengikusho ke njengoba bengishilo ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi bethola ke izinsizwa lapha noma ke abafana basebancane ukuthi bayocenta noma babhushe lapha ngase emobeni utshani ngenhloso ukuthi ke kuzobanjelwa umhlangano lapho umhlangano ke weANC uthi ke futhi ke lapha uzothola ukuthi ke ngoba phela bekukhona lamaphoyisa angalesa sikhathi ke amqaphela ngasonke isikhathi manje ke kuzobe ngathi uyolala kucinywe kamakhandlela izibane ezayikhanyiswa ngaleso sikhathi leso kuthi ke impela ke masebonto nabo mambana labo namhlanje sebelele phakathi kwamabili ngo11 kuya ko12 anyonyobe ke aphume ukuyoqhubeka ayodibana la kuvunyelene khona kulowo ndawo kusuke kuzohlangana khona kahle kahle lokhu kunabanye abantu abangawazi lo mlando ongaka ukuthi ke na amalunga la ayasungula noma la asekuqaleni aka ANC beke aze azithole ke sebamba lemhlangano ke ngaphansi kwalezi phakathi kwamabili kule ndawo ebamba ke kuyona ngenxa yezimo ayebhekene nazo kodwa yena inayo ubuchule bakhe ayibusebenzisa ke lapho uzothola ubambe lo mhlaba bese qedile aphinde ke anyonyobe kwabanabo ubuchule ke bakhe bobuhlanu bokwazi ukuthi yiza engaphansi kwale mandela eyayimnqinda ukuthi angakwazi ukudibana nabantu angakwazi ukubamba imhlangano kodwa asebenzisa ubuhlakani bakhe bokwazi ukuqhubeka angavimbeki ke la ke ohlelweni lakhe nomzabalazweni wakhe.
And I take it, sir, that all of this information about the secret meetings that Chief Lutuli would have and how he would ensure that the meetings are held, all this information was relayed to you by members of your family?
Yes.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi konke ke lokho engikhuluma ke ngako ile mhlangano yayimfihlo yayiba khona zonke lento ezaziqhubeka nami ke ngangitshela umndeni wami.
And just going back to your earlier evidence, you mentioned that the police would come and, for lack of a better word, raid your home. Am I understanding you to state that the police or the security branch would come and raid your home even after the death of Chief Albert Luthuli? Am I understanding you correctly in that respect?
You are understanding me correctly. This used to happen when, way after Chief Luthuli's death. When we were teenagers, when I was in high school and when I was at university. Particularly during the 80s, when there was a lot of violence in KZN between, the IFP and the ANC, that very dark period in our history in KZN. We used to get lots of raids in our home from the police.
Impela ungizwe kahle uma ngabe ngithi mina lokho ukuthi ke kugasele ke amaphoyisa ke ngoshova lapha ekhaya impela kwakukade kamvenje kade inkosi yakho Thama bekuqhubeka kwenzakala ke lokho ngiyakhumbula nje nami ngangisele ibhobhodlwana ngisemncane ngaze ngayi high school ngandlulela ngaya ke emfundweni ke ephakeme evarsity kakhulukazi kunalesikhathi lapha ngeminyaka ya ngabo 1980 ke lapha okwabakhona ke leliyafu ke lempi eyayikhona la eKZN la kwakula khona inhlangano iIFP neANC awu ilapho ke impela amaphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi mabandlulula ayingapheli lapha ekhaya kaLuthuli ukungena ke ngoshova.
And just out of interest, sir, do you know what it is that they were looking for in the Lutuli home?
I never knew. We could only speculate. That perhaps maybe they thought the Lutuli home was being used maybe as a base to hide people or weapons, we don't know. I think what was always a problem with the then government is that Chief Lutuli continued to be an inspiration to people. In fact, even a lot of the MK or the people who left to join Umkhonto weSizwe outside, you know, the Lutuli detachment of MK was actually one of the more popular detachments. So I think that, you know, they always felt as if there was something in the Lutuli home that kept inspiring people, and they needed to, you know, to keep watch all the time. So I can't really, they never revealed what they were looking for. They would just barge into your home sometimes and, you know, search and then leave if they don't find anything. And they would never tell you what they were looking for.
Kahle kahle ke kulombuzo ukuthi ngabe abanalo ngangingazi yini ukuthi yini labasuke bezoyifuna. Ngempela nangalesa sikhathi ngangingazi njoba namanje ngangingazi ngale kokuthi ngicabangele phela ukuthi njengoba phela ke kwasekhotheme inkosi uLuthuli naleli qhaza elibambile futhi eyayigqugquzeleke kakhulu ebantwini ibe yisibonelo noma ibe umuntu waye bakhuthazileke kakhulu babe nokuthi mhlambe lapha ekhaya khona mhlambe abantu esibafihlele noma yikhala ethize efihlwe lapha ekhaya noma khona okuthize okwakukhona lapha ngoba ngasonke isikhathi bazofika nje babheke equle benze yonke lento bangatholi lutho bangachaza nokuchaza ukuthi mhlambe ke bebekade befunani.
Can we go to paragraph 27 of your statement? I take it that in this paragraph, the information relating to Chief Lutuli leaving his home at 6:30, I take it that that information you would have obtained it from your mother, Mrs. Velemina May Lutuli, correct?
Yes, I did.
Yebo kunjalo lokuthi ke kulokushicilela ngakuthatha ke kumama mayelana nokuthi la ngikhuluma khona ukuthi inkosi ngalelanga okwehla ngalo isigameko yasuka ekhaya ngekhathi ke zasekuseni gamanxa ihora lesithupha.
What about the information pertaining to the bus and him walking to his shop? Where did you get that information from?
I got that information from archives.
Okay.
So I did analyze, I did go through the archives, the statements that were given in the initial inquest to try and get a sense of, firstly, the events of the day back in 1967, 21 July 1967. So that I could also relate my own experiences to that. So that information is a combination of direct testimonial, you know, information from people like my father, my mother, as you said, and other family relatives, together with archival information.
Impela ke la lolwazi ke ngikhuluma ke ngalo mayelana ne stop sebhasi egibele ebhasini ulwazi ke engalithola kakhulukazi lapha kunale ndawo bengichazile egcina ke imininingwane ebhalwe phansi ke lapha kuma archives nami ngangifunda ke khona ukuze ngikwazi ukuyihlanganisela olwami olwazi kusuka nje ekuqaleni mayelana nodaba lo phenyo lokushona kukamkhulu noma inkosi uLuthuli bheka yonke ke zonke lezo statement noma yonke lo mnino ekade ke ikhona ngokuhlanganyela ke nolunye ke lolwazi engangisengilicoshile ke nakumama nakubamba nakwabanye bomndeni.
Evidence was obtained or evidence was heard in this court through your mother, Mrs. Velemina May Lutuli, wherein she stated that Mr. Mabaso was the general manager of the store at that time. I just wanted to find out from you, sir, whether you knew Mr. Mabaso.
No, I did not know Mr. Mabaso.
Cha yena umnumzana Mabaso malo ade khuluma ngaye mina angimazi angizange ngidibane naye njengoba ade chaza ukuthi umnumzana Mabaso la kwakuyena umuntu owayeyiso noma yomphathi lapha esitolo manager.
Although I did know one of his children, his daughter. So his daughter was quite close to us as a family.
Yizeke umntana wakhe ngangimazi umntaka mnumzana Mabaso undodakazi wakhe ube umntwana osondelene nomndeni wethu.
And the name of the daughter? Does the name Nozizwe ring a bell?
Nozizwe, yes.
Awunozizwe ke lo mntwana engikhuluma ngayo.
Paragraph 28 of your statement, you mentioned that the station master would have seen Chief Lutuli walk past the station and that in your belief he was part of the surveillance network created by the security branch. What I'd like to understand from you, sir, besides the two schoolgirls, we'll get to that because I think you mentioned it later on in your statement. When you say that he was under constant surveillance, is it possible that somebody from the security branch would have seen exactly what happened to Chief Albert Luthuli on the 21st of July, 1967, at the bridge wherein it is alleged he met the train accident?
My view is that that's quite possible. In fact, it's not only possible, it's probable, okay? And there are two things that make me say that. If Chief Lutuli was under constant surveillance in his home, okay, he would have been under surveillance in his shop, okay. And the closest person or people that you would associate with the apartheid government would have been the station masters who were closest to the shop. So that's where I draw my conclusions in relation to the role of the station master, okay? I then also believe that if the station master was involved, okay, then it's easy that the people or the person who committed the crime would have been related to the station master in terms of the planning of everything, because the scene of the so-called accident, which is not an accident, is only about 300, 400 meters from the station itself.
Can we just stop there just to give Ms. Kubeka an opportunity?
La izathu ukuthi ngithi mina nalo owaye umaster umphathi lapha estation why naye khona kwaziyo noma unasi isandla la kuhlangana nala amaphoyisa obandlulayo khona leso sikhathi ukuthi ngishiso yini lokho umkhulu noma inkosi uLuthuli njengomuntu owayehlezi eqaphiwe esekhaya nalapha esitolo wayena ukuthi phela ngaqapha okuthi isitolo esiduzane nalapha nalesa station la khona lo mphathi wale station ingakho ngithi mina amathuba akho maningi ukuthi kwabona ke laba noma amaphoyisa obandlululo ongenza mhlambe nababe ingxenye lapha bekhona ngoba phela manje la uma ngabe uma station esebenzisana noma ke nalulwazi okusho ukuthi phela lento lokubulawa kwalobaba okubikwe njenge ngozi okungayona ke ingozi sengisho ukuthi wakubuka lesandla mala nohlelo ukuthi yonke ke lento babezoyenza ke kanjani yonke lento eyenzakala.
Just to add to my answer, you will remember that in my testimony, I mentioned the white man who approached my father to ask him if he wanted to know how his father died. In the end, we didn't get the information from this white man because my father was just not willing to pay him money to, it was actually an insult. But that incident showed me a few things, or at least there are a few things that you can deduce from that incident, or from what this white man said. The first thing is that it confirms the fact that Chief Lutuli was not killed by a train, that the story that the apartheid government had told was not the correct story, was not the true story, that there was another a true story, actually, to his death. And the reason I say this is now, in response to your question, is that you asked whether there could be another person linked to the special branch that could have seen or witnessed the killing of my grandfather. So that is the one possibility.
Let's stop there. Give her a chance.
Isizathu ke manginaba ke nalempendulo yami uyakhumbula ukuthi ke la odabeni lami khona indaba engiyivezile ngithi mina ngangi lapha edolobheni nobaba wami ubaba kwaba khona ibhu noma umlungu thizeni ngalesa sikhathi owabe esethi kubaba ubaba uyafuna na ukuba nolwazi uma ukuthola iqiniso ngokufa kababa wakhe okumkhulu wami ukuthi ke kodwa iqiniso sacina singalithola ngenxa ukuthi phela ubaba akazange amkhokhele njengoba lo wayefuna ukuthi amkhokhele ubaba ayikhetha njengenhlamba lokho manje uma leyo nto usuyihlazi uyabona ukuthi kahle kusho ukuthi ngempela kunjalo ukuthi lo mbhedo owachazwe ekuqaleni ukhulumeni obandlululo udaba lokuthi inkosi noma umkhulu wakhothama ngenxa yengozi le yestimela ayilona iqiniso okusho ukuthi kukhona omunye umuntu ohlangene nalolu phiko noma nalowo maphoyisa obandlula lezo sikhathi ke onalo ulwazi noma wasibona isigameko sokubulawa kwamkhulu wami.
The last thing I want to say in response to your question is that it is reported, and it's also in the archives, that Chief Lutuli was seen talking to two schoolgirls just before he crossed the bridge. He spoke to those two schoolgirls for a while and then proceeded en route to the sugarcane fields, which meant he had to cross the bridge. Those schoolgirls are reported to have, because they were the last two people to see him before the accident. So, and I do say in my statement that one of the girls related a story about what they saw, that they saw, something coming out of the train, hitting my grandfather at the back of the head, and him being pulled towards the train, and then being thrown out onto the rails and onto the walkway. So I doubt that those schoolgirls would have been, people linked to this special branch. Highly unlikely. But in terms of whether or not there were people who could have seen what happened, yes. The first one being this white man that I spoke about, the second being the schoolgirls.
Futhi ke ukungezelela ke kuloko ade ngikusho mayelana nalolu daba lika mkhulu. Kukhona ulwazi olugciniwe lukhona nalapha ke emqulu noma la kugcinwa khona izinto ezamagugu la kuvezwa khona udaba lokuthi ngaphambi kokuba kwehle ingozi noma isigameko lesenzeka ubaba omkhulu noma umkhulu wami kunalamantombazana amabili ababe ngabafundi ngaleso sikhathi agcina noma ibona abagcina ukumbona ngaphambi kokuthi kwehle isigameko lesi kulamantombazana nje wabengivele ngichazile ukuthi eyodwa yalamantombazana iyachaza kudaba lokuthi hayi yabona ukuthi kena khona into yaphuma lapha ke estimeleni into ke ayichazile noma ifosholo noma insimbi noma eyashaya umkhulu kwase ukuthi ke sebebonile lokho ke wahudulwa umkhulu la ewele khona wazofakwa kujantshi ke manje duze ke noma lapha ke nojantshi manje lento iyaveza ukusobala ukuthi noma ngingeke ngithi lamantombazanyana wona ayehlobe noma inento yokwenza nalaba ya ontamo olukhuni noma ke la ya amaphoyisa ke isandla esiqinile kodwa ke futhi ukhona ke omunye ke la umuntu owabona ohlangene nalamaphoyisa ke obandlululo ngokwesigameko.
Thank you, sir. And moving to paragraph 30, where you talk about Lutuli having left the shop around 10 a.m. and making his way to the sugarcane field on the southern side of the river. I take it this information you would have obtained it from the previous inquest record of 1967, which you stated earlier that you did study it and went through it. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo njengoba ngikhuluma ukuthi inkosi ehamba lapha ngekhathi zehora leshumi ilibhekise lapha ngasezimobeni ohlangothini ke olungaseningizimu nompula loya. Yebo kunjalo ukuthi nalo lolwazi lolu ngalithatha lapha ke kulo leyadaba lokuqala lwalivuliwe mayelana nokubheka imbangela ukuthi ukukhothama kwalenkosi kwakukhona isandla semfene na noma mhlawumbe kwakungabekwa ngokuthi ke kwakuwaba ingozi.
In addition, I got this information from Nozizwe as well, because we did talk about this issue with Nozizwe. So he would she did, give me some information about this, because that information would have been related to them by Mr. Mabaso, her father.
Ukungezelela futhi ke kuloko bengikusho ke naloku futhi noma lolwazi ngaphinde ngalithola ke kuNozizwe esasixoxa ke naye ngoba phela uNozizwe ke yena ulwazi lolu baba lithathe kubaba ubaba wakhe ke umnumzane Mabaso ke ebaxoxela ke la ngaso isigameko.
Thank you, sir. And moving on to paragraph 31. From the reading of paragraph 31, one gets the idea that you grew up in Groudville and have extensive experience relating to trains. So can you fly to that photo? I wanted to find out from you, sir, the particular bridge that we've been talking about, the Umvoti bridge, the bridge that goes over the Umvoti River. Had you ever walked across that particular bridge?
Okay, so when we were growing up as teenagers, that bridge, the particular bridge where Nkulu was murdered or was, attacked, was no longer in use. Okay, there was already a new bridge, the current bridge that is being used. So that is the bridge that we also used. Okay. However, the structure of the old bridge was still there. It wasn't in use, but the structure was still there. Okay. So we did from time to time use that bridge, but Specifically when this case started, I also went there to just, look at everything, the measurements, the dimensions, to compare them with archival records and all of that. So yes, I'm quite familiar with it.
Ke la kunjalo ukuthi leli blogho okukhulunywa ke ngalo la kulolu daba ngilijwayele ngiyalazi kona ke ngakuchaza ke la ukuthi nje kulo yambuzo wakho bobuza ukuthi indlela engibeke ngayo la kulesi sigaba ngivela njengomuntu okhulele lapha emakhaya yebo nami ngikhulele lapha emakhaya lesikhathi ke sikhula ke thina ekukhuleni kwethu leli yablogho lesigameko la kubikwa khona ukuthi kwasocongelwa kwasoconga khona ke umkhulu wami kuyinkosi belingasasebenzi ngalesa sikhathi kodwa bekukhona elinye ibridge okuyilona ke elikhona njengamanje eselisetshenziswa nje ngijwayele la ndawo ngoba bengiya la besiya lapha noma besinganjalo okuthe futhi ngasikhathi sekuqala phansi ke manje ukuthi ake kuqale phansi lo luphenyo ngake ngaya khona lapha ukuyobheka ukuyokala indlela okume ngakhona nokuqhathanisa nemininingwane le esinayo ke egciniwe lapha ke ekumbeni lethu okugcinwa kwezinto ezamagugu.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you say as you were growing up, that particular bridge where the alleged train accident occurred, the structure was still there, although the actual bridge was no longer in use.
The trains at the time were now using the new bridge.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'd like you to have a look at that picture on the screen over there.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi njengoba bengishilo ukuthi ekukhuleni kwami sasekhona isakhiwo leso salelo blogho noma ke eitimela zazingasalisebenzisa sisebenzisa umzila noma ke le elinye ke iblogho elalilisho.
What I would like to ascertain from you, sir, is the old Umvoti bridge. Did it look similar to this bridge?
Yes, it definitely did. However, I cannot attest to the dimensions. I don't have a sense of the dimensions here.
Okay.
In fact, when I look at this one, it looks narrower
Okay.
than the one in Crowdville. But the general design of the bridge, yes, it is.
Thank you.
Impela ke ngiyangasho ngoku kwakhiwa kwalokufana ukuthi liyafana kodwa angeke ngikwazi ukugcizelela ngokubanzi balo ukuthi mhlawumbe lingani likangako na kodwa lithi malifana leli ya bridge le sikhuluma ngayo.
I don't understand you. This bridge that you're looking at, the old bridge over which you also walked, look exactly like this, or there are some changes?
My lady, what I'm saying is, the general design of the bridge looks like this, okay?
Of the old bridge?
Of the old bridge. It looks like this bridge. However, I don't have a sense of the dimensions. I don't know whether it's 2 meters from the one end to the other. So I can't attest to the exactness of the design and the exactness of the dimensions. But the sense that I get by just looking at that picture, it looks narrower than the bridge in Crowdville. Certainly the walkway is much narrower.
In the picture?
In this picture.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. But it might just be a visual thing, but the bridge in Crowdville, certainly the walkway was much wider than this one.
You are an engineer?
I'm an engineer by profession, and at some point I actually worked for Transnet. So I'm quite familiar with rail engineering. signaling systems and all of those
Okay,
things.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Chen.
Impela ke engakusho ke ukona nje ukuthi liyafana naleli elidala noma ngingengaqinisekisa kangako kakhulukazi mangibheka leli ngoko la khanje khona ngenyawo sekungathi kuncane kakhulu kunaleli ya elidala nokulikala phela into moyibuka angeke ifane okayi mhlambe ngoba kuyisithombe ke kona nje futhi ke phela ngasho ngithi ke njengomuntu nami ngunjiniyela ngike ngasebenza na Transnet sikhona ke isipiloni sokusebenza ukwazi ke lokho kodwa ke angeke ngama ke noma ngashaya phansi ngonyaka ukuthi hayi cha lifana nca machine alo
My lady, just for the record, if my lady can recall, this picture was illustrated by the witness who testified yesterday, Mr.
Yes,
Tulani Tusi, to say that it's the bridge going over the Nchaweni River. I just wanted to place that on record. because-
Nchaweni River,
Nchaweni River,
not Umvoti.
not Mvoti. This one is Nchaweni River. Thought I should just place it on record, ma'am.
bridge leli bloho ke ileli ke wela ke umfula untshawe naye umvoti
And
Oh, okay,
but if I can just add to what you're saying.
okay.
That revelation I didn't know, but it might actually explain the differences. Nchaweni is a much smaller river than the Umvoti River. Although from a technical design perspective, you would not design for the size of the river, if you know what I mean. You design for the train to be able to cross the river. And there are standard design standards that you follow as an engineer when designing, although those standards have changed and evolved over the years. So if they were built at different times, it could be that this Nchaweni bridge would be smaller than the Umvoti River, also given the size of the river and all of that.
Thank you.
Tikufakazi mesengezelela ke phela njengo chwepheshe noma njengomuntu onalo ulwazi phela nje beshilo unjiniyela uthi okokuqala ke ngoba sengizwile ukuthi leli bloho elalo mfulu uNtshaweni imncanyana kanti umvoti uthe ukuba ukuthuthu noma ukuthonda kuba mkhudlwana kunalo sizokhumbula ke noma uyachaza ukuthi uyabona amakuza ekukwakhiweni kwamabloho kunezinto ezithize ezezibukwe ke futhi nano akoni ukuthi makwakhiwa ibloho kusuke kubhekwe ubanzi bomfula kodwa kubhekwa istimela qobo leso swele sizohamba lapho ke ubona kunezinye zezinto ezike zibhekelelwe ke ngaphambi kokuthi bese kuthiwa ke kuyakhiwa ibloho lelo.
Right, and just for clarity's sake, earlier in your evidence you mentioned that there was a new bridge. Are you talking about that bridge that's reflected on this picture? Is that the bridge that you're talking about?
Yeah, angiboni kahle ke
Okay, you can go closer.
Yeah. That's the one.
Thank you.
You can just confirm that on record.
Yes, my lord, it's the bridge.
My lady.
My lady.
Thank you. Why are people laughing? Is there a difference between a lord and a lady?
Now, that bridge, that new bridge, which you said that you would often walk along that bridge. What I want to find out from you, sir, is when the train on that particular bridge, before it entered the bridge, would there be any vibrations felt on the bridge as it entered or before it's about to enter the bridge?
Yeah, definitely. So, but let me just explain how we would know. Well, in fact, as kids, we would know long before the train arrives, that there would be a train that's coming, okay? Sometimes the train would ring the sirens when it's still a few kilometers away, okay? If the train driver knows or knew that the train was approaching a built-up area, okay, with communities living around, they would ring the siren. It was one of the safety measures. Okay, it's still one of the safety measures today. So we would know. Sometimes the train would ring the siren before you see it. Okay, you hear the siren. And then secondly, and I mentioned this in my testimony as well, the signals would change from red to green long before the train arrives, a few minutes before the train arrives. So that would be the second way of knowing that there's a train coming. Thirdly, if you were next to a railway crossing where cars cross the thing, there would be a bell that would ring to signal that the train is coming. And some of the railway crossings in those days also had booms, where before the train gets to the railway crossing, the boom would close.
Maybe let's just stop there so that you can be able to interpret. Sorry.
Uthi-ke uma nginaba-ke mayelana nodaba kunalombuzo bongibuza ngokuthi ngabe kunjalo na ukuthi uma kusondela mhlambe noma ngaphambi kokuthi sindlule noma sisondele nebhlorho isitimela mhlambe ke ibhlorho le noma ujantshi uba nokunyakaza na noma mhlambe nokuvibrate uthi ufakazi ake ngicacise ngalendlela la uma ngabe isitimela siza sisele kude kakhulukazi ke abashayeli bezitimela ke basuke benalwazi uyofinyele noma usondela endaweni mhlambe indawo enomphakathi kwindawo enabantu kuba nalo yamsindo kokumemeza kwesitimela uzozwa singaqhamusha uqhamu kuzo lo yamsindo lo wokuxwayisa ke la bangeni ke la elisathe libe kude futhi ke okunye ke la uzothola ukuthi kunala ngolimi la manje ngizothi irobot imbali yashintsha futhi ishintsha nje kusesekude so uyazi ukuthi uma ngabe njengoba usushintsha usuka kokubovu uya kohlaza kusho ukuthi ke isitimela sesiyeza kwezinye indawo ukuthola ukuthi khona la ujantshi wesitimela kodwa kunemoto ezeqaya khona lapha kuze kube nale into elawula sipheceleza iboom gate le kwazi ukuthi induku lephakamayo iphinde yedle ozothola ukuthi ngenxa ukuthi isitimela sesiyeza lapho kulowo mzila ivale yehleke la lensibu ukuxwayisa noma ukwazisa lezi ezinye imoto ukuthi asafanele ukuthi zisebenze uthi futhi nalapho kuba nomsindo wakhona futhi oyinkomba noma osukuxwayisa ke la ngokuthi ke isitimela sesiyeza. Thank you.
And then and then coming back to your issue of vibrations, okay? So that would be another way of knowing that the train is coming. In fact, you would feel the vibrations even when you are not next to a bridge. Just on normal ground, if you are next to the train or on the pairway, you would feel the vibrations, and then you would know that the train is coming. But the vibrations were accentuated when you're on the bridge because of the structure. They are dammed on normal ground because it's firm ground, but on a bridge, the bridge sits on a structure, so the vibrations are accentuated, as I say. So you feel it even more when you're on the bridge. So there is no way, and this is the point I'm trying to make, there is no way that Chief Lutuli would not have known that there's a train coming, with all of his senses being activated, you know? So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Uphendula ke la kulolu daba lokuthi ke uma kuza isitimela ujantshi lo ibhlorho leli linyakaze ke la angikuphendule ngalendlela nginabe ke kuleli phuzu uma ngabe nje istimela useceleni nje ngithi awukho qobo buduze ke nojantshi vele uma ngabe siza noma siyahamba istimela la emhlabathini nje eceleni uyezwa lo kunyakaza komhlabathi manje uma ngabe ke ulapha qobo ke manje ebhlorhweni ngoba phela khumbula ukuthi ibhlorho lona alikho phansi nje emhlabathini kodwa limiselwe libekelwe ibhlorho okwenza ukuthi ukuzwakala kokunyakaza noma phece lo kunyakaza lo msindo ovuvu lo msindo wokuhamba kwestimela umandla kakhulu ukuthi wayengeke umkhulu inkosi iwuzwe kakhulukazi uma ubheka ngokwesimo sakhe njengoba isesimeni sakhe esikahle ngqondweni zakhe konke kukahleke ngoba phela umsindo lokho umsindo uyazwakala nje kahle kakhulu.
So to drive the point home, even if the narrative that was perpetuated then to say that Lutuli was half deaf and half blind, one thing is for sure, he would have at least felt the vibrations of the train as it was entering the bridge.
Yes.
Yebo impela ke ngimile kuloko ukuthi noma ke bekuchaza lokho ababekushilo ngalesa sikhathi bethi umkhulu wayengasaboni kahle emahlweni futhi wayethanda ukuphazamisa wengezwa wayeseyisithuli kodwa kulo amsindo wama ukuthi njengoba lapha ebridgeini wayengeke ahlule ukuthi lo msindo kuzamazama ke manje umsindo wokuvibrate ke ukuthi manje nasi istimela sizodlula.
Let's go back a little bit to what you testified to earlier. It's also contained in paragraph 32 of your statement, where you said there is a report pertaining to 2 schoolgirls having been in the company of Chief Lutuli before he entered the bridge. Just wanted to find out, where did you obtain this report?
This report, I obtained it from the Archival records, but also at some point I was trying to locate one of these girls because I had heard, and I remember I had extensive discussions with the chairperson of the museum at the time, Mr. Zakele Gumede, you know, who said to me, in fact, one of those little schoolgirls, she was not a schoolgirl obviously at the time when we were talking, which was around 2015, 2016, or 2017, somewhere there, that she was a nurse, a sister. I don't know if sister is an official term for a senior nurse, but Sister Bonga. She was working, or she worked at the Stenger Hospital at some point. And then apparently then she moved to Mpumalanga. One of the other girls was in Mpumalanga.
Okay, let's stop it there for just to allow her to interpret.
Uthi la uma sikhuluma ngalolu daba lolu ukuthi ngikhulube ngalamantombazanyana esikolo ubaba noma umkhulu abonana nawo ngaphambi kokuthi ke kwehle isigameko. Cha, impela kunjalo ukuthi konke lolo lwazi ngalithatha lapha emqulwini la kugcine khona ke izinto. Ngaze ngakhuluma no okuyena ke lapha ke owayeusihlalo wemuseum lapha uzakhele Gumede saxoxa ke kabanzi nokuyilapho ngathola khona ukuthi khona ngalesikhathi esikhuluma yize phela kwangaseyona amantombazanyana kodwa ke ngoba sikhulumela lapha mhlawumbe 2015 2016 2017 kwavela ke igama lika Bonga ukuthi enye amantombazanyana noma la amantombazana sasikhathi wayeke esewusistela noma umhlengikazi onezimendlela uthe thuthu kwathiwa khona isikhathi aba umhlengikazi lapha eStenga esibhedlela sakhona eSteng kodwa lena intombazane yona ngixoxa kwavela ukuthi engathi yale koMpumalanga.
Yes. So, and the reason why Mr. Kumede knew of Sister Bonga is firstly because she apparently lived at first in Crowdville and then north of Stenger, as you go towards Kwamapumul. But secondly, because Mr. Kumede was on the board of Stenger Hospital. So he knew that Sister Bonga was in the area. So when this whole process, or when the family was trying to restart this whole process, I wanted to try and make sure that Sister Bonga gives a testimony in this inquest. But as I say, my efforts were cut short and there were other reasons, but I could not see that through.
Njoba kube sengichazile la udaba ke uthi lesikhathi ke sixoxa ke lapha ke no Kumede ke lo wayeusihlalo lapha ke museum sizokhumbula ukuthi yena khona isikhathi lapha ake abakhona ke ilunga lase boarding noma ke le member ze board lapha esibhedlela saseSteng nokuyilapho kwavela khona phela lo Bonga ukuzaza akukhulume ngayo ubeke wahlala phela endaweni yase Crowdville kuyindawo ke inyakatho nendawo leya lapha kaSteng mangathi uya kaMapumulo manje ke ilapho ke lesikhathi sivusa lolu daba ke ngizama imizamo phela njengomuntu obelapha esibhedlela ukuthi simthole bengichazile vele izathu ukuthi akuzange kwazi ukuthi kube impumelelo ekutheni ke naye ngimthola ngoba inhloso yami kwakuthi lo owayintombazanyana ngalesa sikhathi ukuthi naye mhlawumbe anikezelele ngencazelo yakhe noma ngestatement esakhe ke kulolu daba.
And do you know the first name of Sister Bonga?
It was mentioned to me, but what I remember is Sister Bonga because we just used to call her Sister Bonga.
Igama lalo njoba kwasho ukuthi uSister Bonga besijwayele ukumbiza ngoSister Bonga nje iloko.
And this was back in 2016.
Yeah. Can't be exact in terms of the timing, but it was around 2016, 2017, that time period.
Noma ngeke ngisho ngokuthi kwakuyile khathi lezo 2015, 2016, 20 nje phakathi kwalezo khathi lezo.
Maybe even up to 2018 that I was investigating this thing.
Mhlambe kwazi kwafika lapha kunyaka ka2018 ngoba ilesikhathi ngase ngiphenya lolu daba noma ngilandelela lolu daba.
So if Sister Bonga is alive to this day and is a person who was in the company of Chief Albert Luthuli on the 21st of July 1967, you would like her to come before this court and give her evidence?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Impela kunjalo ukuthi uma ngabe ukuthi kena usister lo Bonga usaphila lapha khona ngajabulela kakhulu noma ngakuthanda ukuthi ke naye njengomuntu okuyena abagcinwa kubonakala naye umkhulu azonikezela ngofakazi bakhe.
And the other school girl, do you have any information relating to the other school girl?
Very little information. So there is a certain Mr. I think it's Mr. Dlamini, who used to be a member of Umkhonto Wesizwe, and I got to know about him through one of my aunts and one of my cousins. This man had apparently always been fascinated by how Mkhulu died and, the whole mystery surrounding Mkhulu's death. And so he had started when they came back, when the ANC was unbanned and Condoleezza came back into the country, he then started doing some investigations, and I think at some point he was part of the intelligence agencies. And so he is the one who said to me that he had actually found the other girl who was now in Mpumalanga. But to go and find the girl, and he had apparently spoken to her. But for us to make all the arrangements to go see them and engage the services of this Mr. Dlamini, it required quite a lot of money, and due to financial constraints, we could not pursue that matter further.
Cha uma ngikhuluma ngodaba lentombazane lesibili incane kakhulu ke engathi ke ngakuthola kophenyo lami mayelana naye ngoba kunalo ubaba ke uDlamini la engamazi ngo auntie nabazala bami lo baba uDlamini ke lesikhathi sekubuya ke manje iANC nalabo bomkhonto wesizwe babesekudingisweni ukuba umuntu oba nomfutho nokulandelela ukwazi ukuthi ngabe ngempela kwenzakalani ngokushona ke kwamkhulu ukuthi ke uyena futhi owayenza ubuhlolo bakhe noma ukulandelela leyona lento bazoba kwathothise Mpumalanga futhi kahle kahle yena wayeseke wakhuluma ngisho nokukhuluma nayo intombazane le ukuthi ke manje ke ngenxa yokuthi ukuze kwaze ukuthi kuxhunyana lo baba uDlamini kwakufuneka ke imali futhi ke ibiza ikona ke okwangishaya ke la ukwazi ukuthi kuhlanganiswe ke yonke lento ke nokwenza ukuthi ke bese kungasaphumaleli ukwazi ukuthi ngithole yonke lemniningwane yale ntombazane.
And to your knowledge, is Mr. Dlamini still alive today?
The last time I did meet with him twice. He was a healthy man. I think he's still alive. But in my statement, my lady, I did not expand too much on this matter because even though I tried to, to pursue, all of those facts and try to get the two women, those efforts did not yield any positive results, at least at the time, for various reasons that I've just stated. So I didn't expand on it too much, except to say that it looks as if those two schoolgirls, are still alive.
Kona ke ngangadibana ke naye kabili ephilile ngisho ngithi uyaphila ngokwalezo simo. Kona ke angizange ke la ngisa njengoba ubona ngazange sanaba ke kakhulu lapha ke sanimele sami ngalamantombazane kodwa uma ubheka ngokwalezima lamantombazane omabili babuka ngathi basaphila bobabili.
Do you at least have the name of that other schoolgirl?
Yeah, I have it in my records, Advocate Chwene. If the court requires it, I could supply it later.
Thank you.
Nginawo amagama noma igama laleli intombazane akhona lapha la gcine khona into zami kuma record ami uma ukuthi inkantolo ke iyadinga lo mniningwane ngingakwazi ukuthi kuthi kamveni bese ngiyanikezelela ngayo.
Are your records easily accessible as you stand there, or you require time?
I would require time. Some are electronic, they would be on my laptop, but some are hard copies at home, so I would need some time, my lady.
Ms. Chwene, I
My
think
lady.
that would help if you get the names.
Definitely, my lady. We will be in contact with Mr. Lutuli
Yes.
to see if we can obtain those records and then inform.
Yes, Mr. Lutuli, we'll appreciate if you can make an effort to get us more contact details of the other lady,
I will do so,
who
my
is
dear.
no longer a schoolgirl, of course.
I will do so, my dear.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to go to paragraph 35 of your statement, the information pertaining to the workers in the cane field having confirmed that Chief Lutuli never arrived at the cane field. Did you obtain that information from the 1967 inquest record?
Yes. Yes.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi mala nodaba lolu labantu ababesebenza lapha eMobeni besho ukuthi ke na kwenzeka isigameko lesinkosi engakazi ifike lapha kubona eMobeni yonke lo mniningwane ngayithola lapha kumniningwane ke eyayifakwe odabeni lo phenywa koimbangelo yokushona yokukhothama kwenkosi yango 1967.
And that would be from the statement of one Zipi Gumede, which is contained, my lady, in volume B, page 502 to 503. I did not make the
50.
502 to 503. I did not make a copy available for the witness. I apologize in that regard, my lady. Do you have a copy? Towards the end, I think. Before Latify. Thank you. Permission to hand over the statement to the witness
Yes,
just for him
thank
to
you,
have a
certainly, may
look
do.
at it. Does that statement look familiar to you? The one of Zipi Gumede?
Yes, I have seen it. It does look vaguely familiar because, you know, as I say, I have gone through so many of these documents here.
Okay. And if you turn over the page to the last paragraph,
Yes.
that's where it is confirmed by the said Zipi Gumede that Chief Lutuli on that particular day never arrived at the sugarcane field.
Fields, yes. Yeah. And Advocate Truena and my lady, I don't know if I feel I need to explain why I raised this issue in my affidavit. I raise it because it contradicts the statement of the train driver. You see, the cane field that we're talking about is on the other side of the river. When I say the other side, the southern side of the river, okay? The Durban side of the river, okay? Mkulu was coming from the northern side of the river, crossing the bridge to the southern side towards the cane field. Now, there are only 2 points where you can enter the bridge. It's at the northern side, the northern end of the bridge, or the southern end of the bridge. Now, the train driver says Nkulu emerged from the side and entered the bridge and went straight onto the tracks. And he seemed not to see the train, and he couldn't stop on time, and that's how Nkulu got knocked out. But the issue here is that if Nkulu had entered the bridge from the southern side of the river, then it means that he would have been already coming back from the sugarcane fields. You see, perhaps going back to the shop. You see, And that's not the case because the witnesses, the people at and the workers on the cane field do say that Chief Lutuli never arrived. So the testimony of the train driver is obviously in doubt, and in my view, clearly false. Yeah.
Isizathu ke uqinisekisa statement lesi somunye ufakazi uZiphi owayesebenza ke lapha eMobeni owenza statement esokuqinisekisa ukuthi ngalelanga inkosi uLuthuli ayizange ifike lapha ke eMobeni. Kanti uthi isizathu ukuthi ngize ngicaphune kangaka noma ngigxile ke la kulesi ngihlanganise statement ingoba phela manje ngithi uma ngithatha ubufakazi bamshayeli westimela nale statement kuyashayisana phela manje ngoba ngokusho kwamshayeli umshayeli uchaze umkhulu ukuthi waqhamuka ngasohlangothini lasenyakatho eqhamuka ke ngaphambili la ngale engaboni uthi futhi manje ke kwase kulate embona ke njengoba eseza ehamba la ngaphakathi ke kujantshi engasakwazi ukuma nokuyilapho ke abesemhlafaza noma ke kwaba ukulimala ke kwakhe okuyinkulumo phela manje esiphambana uma ubheka inkulumo yalabasebenzi ngoba phela abasebenzi bathi uma uthi wayiqhamuka lo hlangothi uhlangothi seliqhamuka eMobeni lezo kusho mhlambe ngenze ukuthi wayesebuyele esitolo noma wayeseya kuphi ekubeni ngokobufakazi ke lobo buvezwe noma kulaba la isuka khona umkhulu wayesasuka ngapha esitolo esaya khona lapha eMobeni ke manje lokho sokwenza ukuthi manje ke kuphambane nengibona ukuthi ngempela uma ngikuhlaziya ke nami lento nje ngempela umshayeli walesitimela nje lokayichaza nje kwakuhamampungu nje kwakwamanga hlaza kwakungenjalo.
So sir, in a nutshell, reading your entire statement and everything you have explained in your statement, it appears that you are of the firm belief that Chief Albert Luthuli was in actual fact murdered.
I am of the firm belief that Chief Lutuli was murdered and that there was a cover-up of this murder. I also believe that the murder could only be related to his political activities, because Chief Lutuli was not a man that anyone would want to murder. He was a simple man. He did not insult anyone. He did not, just his whole nature and stature was such that he could not attract any criminal activity. Okay. So, criminal activity that's outside of politics. So, the only people who would want him murdered would be the apartheid government. That is my firm belief.
Cha ke ngikusho nje lokungale kokungabaza ngisho nje ukuthi ngempela umkhulu inkosi uLuthuli yasocongwa yabulawa qobo manje futhi umkhulu ke akuyena nomuntu engathi waye umuntu ongaba nezithu ukuthi mhlawumbe umuntu othuka abantu mhlawumbe umuntu wayenza into ezubugebengu eziphambene ngale kwale nkolelo yo hulumeni obandlululo kulento zomkhakha wezombusazwe okuyilapho ke okwakungamphambanisa nombuso wobandlululo ngaleso sikhathi leso ngoba ke ukubulawa kwakhe kwakuhlangene nakho lento yezombusazwe ke la impela ngiyakusho ukuthi impela umkhulu wabulawa yilabo bobandlululo ngenxa yento zepolitiki.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Dunya?
I don't have.
Oh, sorry, the witness wants to add something.
Yes, my lady. I have something that I would like to add. Something which is related to paragraph 40 of my statement.
Thank you.
And that relates to the issue of justice. As family, we have always sought justice when it comes to this. And we have always seen justice as coming in various forms. The one is uncovering the truth, and we believe that this inquest needs to do that. It's uncovering the truth so that the truth is known and the history books are corrected. Because the history records of this country say that Chief Lutuli was either killed by train or he died under mysterious circumstances. Both of those statements are not true statements. And so part of what we believe this inquest needs to do is to really establish the truth. For the benefit of the family, but for the benefit of South Africa at large, and for correction of history. The second point that I want to make is that we believe also that justice needs to come in the form of reparations. Chief Lutuli worked most of his adult life for the ANC. He never received a single cent from the ANC, was never paid a single cent. In that time, whilst other fathers and other grandfathers were working to look after their families, our family was suffering. And for such an injustice not to be attended properly constitutes an injustice. So that would be the second aspect, okay? The third aspect of justice, at least as we see it, as family, is that the people who committed this crime needed to be prosecuted and, if found guilty, imprisoned. This did not happen. It hasn't happened. All of these people that we're talking about, the train driver, the conductor, and many of the others, have died. And the reason is that we did not reopen this inquest timeously. And the question is why? A normal person would have expected the ANC government to reopen these inquests. And it's not just our family. There are many others. The Craddock 4, the Griffiths Mklenge, there are many others. This did not happen. We believe that this court needs to establish why that did not happen. And my lady, I will say what some of us believe. And it's not just a belief, it's a justified belief. It's that there was a deal between the nationalist government and the ANC not to prosecute these cases. It's not just a conspiracy theory. It is not just an unjustified belief. We believe that it is a justified belief and it's true. In fact, I could go on in terms of explaining to this court why that is the case, but I won't.
Yes.
I won't,
that
except
is-
to say
That is out of the terms of the reopening of the inquest.
But my lady, it impacts directly on the issue of justice, which is what I think this court is supposed to dispense. It cannot be that these inquests are suppressed for 30 years, 31 years now, until the people who are guilty die. And then it's okay to open them after that. Something is amiss there, and it's a gross injustice that has been perpetuated. We talk about the injustice of the apartheid government, but unfortunately, the current government, ANC government, is also responsible for the perpetuation of these injustices. It's an unfortunate situation. Chief Lutuli was one of their greatest presidents, and this is how they treated him. And we believe that if the truth behind this is not revealed, that it would be a continuation and a perpetuation of all the injustices that have happened in the past.
Thank you. Mr. Tunya, do you have questions for the witness?
None, my lady.
Mr. Ngobo?
Maybe just a few, my lady, questions. I think I've been covered by what my colleague has dealt with. There is from Exhibit D, the old inquest documents, the post-mortem report that was compiled by Dr. Jacobus Johannes van Zyl. And what is noted from there, and I need just your comment from what you established as you grew up, the person who identified the body of the deceased to the conductor of the inquest was a certain Mr. Eric Cili. What was his relation to the family, this Eric Cili?
Sorry, it's Exhibit D, what page?
It's Exhibit D. I'm referring to the post-mortem. I think it's page 468. 468, the face of the inquest of the post-mortem report. May I just share my electronic version with the witness? What was this person's relation to the family?
The issue of Mr. Cili is a mystery to me as well. Okay, he was not a friend of the family. Nowhere do any family members, at least the ones that I've spoken to, make any reference to Mr. Cili. In fact, I asked my mother just yesterday evening, because this Mr. Cili, I think, if I recall from my reading of the documents, he claims to have gone to the Lutuli home to report that Chief Lutuli was in hospital. And he says he didn't find anybody. And then he waited for a period of about 2 hours in one of the neighbors' houses, hoping that someone would come, and then he would then be able to report the incident. I don't. There are Cilis. I think there are at least 2 Cili families in the area of Proudville. But this particular Mr. Cili doesn't seem to be, and I can't say that our family is friends with those Cili families, okay? But this particular one, nobody seems to know him. Okay. I did ask my mother, I said, Ma, you were the person who was at home when this incident happened? Did a Mr. Lutuli contact you? My mother says she was informed by somebody. She can't remember who this person is, the name, but it was a male figure, okay? But then it obviously couldn't have been Mr. Lutuli because Mr. Lutuli says
Found nobody.
he found nobody. So his role in this whole thing is a bit strange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cha kaka abamazi ke lochile kuyena ovezwe njengomuntu kuyena owaqaqula noma owakhomba ke isidumbu ke sikamufu ngoba uthi nayizolo umbuzile uma wakhe kodwa kuma wakhe wangamazi ngophela uma wakhe wayekhona ekhaya kodwa lochile uthi yena ekuyeni kwakhe lapha kwakungekho umuntu wayeselindile linde mhlawumbe khona umuntu ozoqhamuka kwazi ukuthi ambikele ngalodaba yize bekhona endaweni yochile laba ababili kodwa ngeke lo asimazi ke kahle.
Yes. My lady, the Chili also is a deponent to a statement that was filed or was simply handed in the original inquest. I'm just looking for a page so that the court can cross-reference, but I won't take it any further with regard to him in particular, just so that the court has easier cross-referencing. It's page 496.
Of
is-
Exhibit D.
Of Exhibit D, yes. It's an affidavit of Eric Tembinkosi Chili, a rank manager at Stenger. Yeah.
Is it the same name?
Eric.
If at all
Chili.
it is a Chili.
It is
it's the same
Eric
name.
Chili, yes. He in fact, in that affidavit.
Do you mean
wisely-
Exhibit D or E?
Is it?
Because my Exhibit D ends with page 491.
The old inquest is volume B. It starts from pages 447 to 506, and we marked it entirely as an
Okay.
Exhibit D.
D, oh, okay.
Yes,
So it's Exhibit D,
it's
which
Exhibit.
is in volume
It's in volume B.
B. Thank
Yes,
you,
correct.
thank you.
Correct, my lady. Yes, we handed this.
No,
recall through.
I thought you meant volume D.
No,
It's vol-
Exhibit D. The
Exhibit D.
volume itself is a volume B.
Okay, now I've got it now.
Yes. And as my lady correctly points it out, maybe you can comment. In that statement, the conclusion is that it's the same Chili. In paragraph, although the paragraphs are not numbered, 1, 2, 4, in paragraph number 4 of his statement, he indicates, if I may read it and you can comment, he says, on the 21st of July 1967, I went to Stenger Provincial Hospital, where on arrival, I learned from the hospital staff that Chief Lutuli has died. Later the same day, I accompanied members of the South African Railway Police to Stenger Hospital mortuary, and there I was shown the dead body of the Bantu male adult, which I identified to the hospital authorities as being that of Chief Albert John Luthuli, resident at Crowdville Mission Reserve, who was he says, my grandfather.
Yeah. You know, as I say, my view is that this Mr. Chili was someone who was handpicked by the regime to confirm certain things that were designed to cover up the crime. Okay, because I think that firstly, he's not. I don't know how he used the word grandfather, but he's certainly not a grandchild of Chief Lutuli. Unless he was using the term generally to mean out of respect, yeah. That's the first point. The second point is that I think at some point in his statement, and I stand to correction there, my lady, because it's been a while that I last read that, but I think he says that Chief Lutuli was blind or half blind and deaf. All of the things that the government was saying, so I interpreted his statement as, because he doesn't seem to be a cop, a police, or his role is not clear in this whole thing. So I just interpreted as someone perhaps who had been just handpicked to tell lies so that the whole murder could be covered up.
So in essence, from your growth in the family, you know of no Eric Kili, a so-called grandchild of Lutuli?
I don't.
You
I
don't.
don't. As I said,
Okay.
I know of it, I think at least 2 Kili families in the Groudville area. But I and the family was never really close to them. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe lastly, on my part, the other aspect I wanted to hear from you, you indicated to the court that at about age 8, your father then built the house at the shop, and you would then either live there or at the main house. In other words, you had 2 houses. Can you comment on the population, if I may put it, for lack of a better word, dynamic of the area of Gledo? How was the population there?
You're talking about the population demographics.
Yes, demographics. Thank you for the word.
Okay. Gledo.
As you grew up, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So the greater Gledo Nkukwini area, okay, had 3 predominant population groups.
Yes.
Okay, it was the Zulu people, obviously, who were part of the area, and then not far from the Gledo sugar mill, there was a big Indian population there. Okay, and they were on the opposite side of, so across the railway line from where our home was.
Yes.
Okay. And then to the west of our home, there was a big population of Mpondo people, Amampondo. Amampondo had been brought by the white people who owned the big sugarcane farms and the sugar mills. They'd been brought from the Eastern Cape to come and work in the sugarcane fields in that area.
Okay.
So, so those were the population demographics
Of that area.
of the Gledo Nkukwini area. Okay. But they were different from the demographics of the population around the original Lutuli home, the museum.
Yes.
The population around the museum was just Zulu people who had always been there, and it had been families that had been there for generations. In fact, when we grew up, we knew almost everybody in the area. Okay. You know, you knew Gucci. lapha ekwamqwebu lapha ekwamzoneli kanjalo. Yeah, so that's
That's how.
yeah.
Uthi-ke ufakazi mechaza kokuqala-ke uke wanaba ngalo Chili, Eric Chili, uthi cha ngempela-ke akamazi yize kuye kwavela kunalesi statement anikezela ngaso lapho esho khona ukuthi wathe lapha esibhedlela wezwa ngodaba lokukhothama ke kwenkosi uthi kwathi ke kamveni ke wabe sebuya nephathimandla zakaloliwe namaphoyisa ukuzokhomba isidumbu lesi ke emaphoyiseni ke wayichaza njengomzukulu ke la bekubuzwa nje ufakazi mhlambe uma enganaba ngalo Chili ukuthi uyamazi mhlambe kanganani uthi cha angimazi ngempela lo ngoba yebo ke phela thina ngesintu njobe ethi umkhulu wakhe ngesintu kwesisikhathi akoni ukuthi umuntu othi umkhulu wakho ngoba kuumkhulu wakho ngekegazi angaba umkhulu nje ngendlela ukumhlonipha yokuhlamba umuntu olingana noma nje indlela esikhulu esiwe ngayo kodwa cha akamazi inhlobo ufakazi ngoba ngisho nalapha endaweni yebo bakhona oChila abebekhona kodwa ukuthi nje akubona abantu abasonde nabo kodwa nje ukhombisa indlela okungamazi uthi cha ingakho phela manje ke ngibona ukuthi vele lo Chile ekukhulunywa ngaye la umuntu nje wathathwa azofaka ngoba kumbozwa lamacala noma isigameko lesisenzeka esisetshenziswa ke lapha uthi mayiqhubeka futhi echaza ke yebo ngichazile udaba lokuthi ngithethe ngineminyaka elapha ke ngisewumfanyana ngangineminyaka u8 ubaba nomama base bayakha lapha esitolo kwase kuba khona ikhaya ke futhi okusho ukuthi phela manje ngigcine mina senginamakhaya amabili yila ekhaya kuyikhaya leli selakhiwe ubaba nomama kube yileli ekhaya lithi elikhulu ke okusho ukuthi phela ngapha nangapha bengihamba kodwa uma ngingachaza ngala bekukhona khona esitolo mhlambe abantu ebesiphila nabo ke bekuabantu abagcwele iziphi izizwe bezikhona lapha yebo bekukhona ke amaZulu ngalapha ngasesigayeni ke lapha Somoba noma lapha kwashukela ubekade kugcwele abomdabo waseNdiya bese kuthi lapha ngaphesheya ke futhi labhekana nala ekhaya bekugcwele laba abaqhamuka ngale abasempondweni kaloku bezophangela kwelocala ke bona bebaninzi ngoba kaloku bathathwa ngale Eastern Cape ngenhloso ukuthi bazosebenza ke lapha manje bese kugcina kugcwele labo bantu labo kodwa ekhaya elikhulu lapha ekhaya lethe elikhulu lika nje ikhaya lethe elikhulu esikhulu kulona lenkosi engingachaza khona bekugcwele nje abantu abashuthi abamzothi sonke siyabantu ngilungise lapho bekugcwele uhlanga laba amaZulu laphana ubuyibona abantu abadugcwele futhi lapha indlela besakhe ngayo amakhala ukuthi uyakwazi ukuthi lapha kasibani lapha nje endaweni thothi niyazana nje uyamazi osipana ngendlela obekuyiyona kulolu hlangothi lo lapha ekhaya elikhulu.
My lady, I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Msimang.
My lady, I have no question for the witness.
Yes, thank you. Just a point to add to this issue of the grandfather. In paragraph 2 of your statement, no, paragraph 5 of your statement, you state that you happen to be the eldest grandchild. Or am I reading it correctly? Eldest Lutuli grandson.
I'm the eldest Lutuli grandson.
Yes.
So Chief Lutuli did have another grandson before me, or prior to my birth, and his name is Mutsumi Ngakane.
Okay.
So he's the daughter of Dr. Albert.
Grandson.
Sorry, he's the son of Dr. Albertina Lutuli. But I'm the eldest Lutuli grandson.
So Chile can't be.
No.
No, don't explain.
No, I'm trying to explain. No, clearly there is no There's no Cili who's the grandson of Chief Lutuli, no.
Okay, thank you.
Leka chili impela ngikhahlela ngenyawo zombili impela ukuthi akekho nje umzukulu kaMkhulu lo yebo kona ke njoba kuvela ukuthi mina kubazukulu bamkhulu ke manje ke la kaLuthuli ngokuqala yebo ukhona kodwa ke omunye umzukulu ke oka Albertina kumzukulu wakhe yena ke umkhulu kodwa wesinye isibongo.
From what your mother related to you or your aunt related to you, your grandmother, there is evidence that she, on that particular day, she left home before Chief Lutuli to go to buy some seeds or seedlings in Durban. Do you know at what time she would have left? Or you never got to know exactly when she left?
My lady, I never got to know at what time she left. But it would have been quite early. Again, this is speculation, but when we were growing up, we used to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. As kids, the moment you started going to school, you had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, do your morning duties before, washing or bathing, and then getting ready for school. But I remember that when we woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, porridge would already be boiling in the kitchen. Which means that Coco would have woken up much earlier.
Much earlier.
Yes. So she used to wake up around 4 o'clock, sometimes even earlier. So yeah, I'm not quite sure when she left for Durban, but it would have been quite early.
Noma ngenaso isiqinisekiso sokuthi ngabe ugogo ngalelanga wahamba isikhatsini eya lapha ke eThekwini uma ebuzelwa ngalolu suku lolu nje phela kwakuvele mhlawumbe watshela uma wakho ukuthi uhambe early ukuyofuna ke imbewu ezinye izinto ayifuna laphana uthi ke cha kahle kahle thina sikhule besivuka nje u5 funeke ingubo yayikhahlela njoba ke sesivuka nje uwenza imisebenzi ethize laphana uyageza uyandlula ke laphana vele lesikuvukeni kwethu vele liyaqapha lapha eParish ugogo nje kusho ukuthi ngempela bevuka ngaphambi kwethu okusho ukuthi bevuka early kakhulu ukudlula lokhu thina ebekade sikuvuka ngoba phela bekuyinto yenjwayelo umuntu ovuka mhlawumbe lapha ko4 kodwa nje bevuka kakhulu ugogo.
Now Chili says in his statement that has been referred to in Exhibit B that he saw Chief Lutuli. He last saw him alive at about 6:30 a.m. on the morning of that day, standing at a bus stop. Now, according to your statement, you say that what was related to you is that he left home at 6:30 or soon thereafter, because your grandmother had already left. How long does it take to walk from the Lutuli home to the bus stop?
It doesn't
10 minutes?
take that long. So
The point I'm at is whether, suppose your grandfather left at 6:30 a.m. or soon thereafter, it could have been 7. Because we know from the records that on that particular day he woke up slightly later than usual because he had been up doing some writings and he only went to bed during the wee hours of the morning. So he woke up later than your grandmother. By the time he woke up, your grandmother had already left. Now, how feasible is it that a person who leaves after 6:30 a.m. would be seen by Chili also at 6:30 a.m. at the bus stop?
yeah. My lady, my answer to that, I actually don't see a contradiction for a few reasons. The first reason is that walking from our home to the bus stop doesn't take long.
Okay.
For a young person, it can take, I don't know, 10 minutes. Maybe for a slightly older person, it might take maybe 12, 15 minutes, something like that. That's the first reason.
Was 59 or 60 or something.
He was
By then.
69.
69, yes.
Yeah, but he could walk. So that's why I make that differentiation between a younger person and an older person. But the difference would be maybe 2-5 minutes at the most. Okay, it's not far. When I say it's not far, it's maybe about 1 kilometer or even less. Okay, so that's the first point. But the second point, it's just that when we write our statements, we write 6:30 because somebody said kwaku past 6. And past 6 sometimes can be 25 past, it can be 25 to 7, get to past 6. So past 6 in the general scheme of things, past 6, 25 past. Asuku umuntu awufika bus stop ngo 25 to 7. Nalo se bus stop uzothi ngambona ngo past 6. Wabona ngisho?
Okay. Yes, Ms. Kopeng.
So God bless us, my lady. Just to start from where the witness has just stopped, that normally, randomly, people will normally refer about, like, for instance, if the time is about half past 6, the person will still stating half past 6, even though maybe it's about 25 past, but the person will be saying that it's 25, it's half past, even if it's 25 to. But the person will be still saying around half past. So similar to this position, a person may say that he had left at around about half past and reached the bus stop at about 25 to. But it depending as to how the person will be walking. However, even the person who will meet or see that person at the bus stop will be still referring to the same time as around half past. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just quoting what the witness had stated in isiZulu. Uma siqhubeka ke la ufakazi bebuzwa ngodaba lesikhathi ukuthi kunofakazi lo okhulume ngodaba lokuthi wambona ngo 6:30 lapha estopini sebhasi umkhulu ukuthi la ngokwestatement ezofakazi makuvela ukuthi wahamba lapha ekhaya ngo 6:30. Ufakazi ila eyibeka khona ukuyicacisa lo ka 6:30 ukuthi akaboni mehluko noma nakushayisana kulo ngendlela abantu nje indlela abantu abalibuka ngakhona iwashla ngendlela abachaza ngakhona lo 6:30 okungenza mhlambe umuntu uhambe ngaphambilini kwaloko kodwa kwaukuthi uma isechaza yena nje uvelo wathi beligamenxe ihora lesithupha ngale kokuthi mhlambe noma soku 25 to noma sekusikhatsini yingakho ke yena ufakazi ezothi angeke inkosi yenkantolo ngithi lesi sikhathi sitshekile noma sinjani ekhaya nalapha estopini kwakungakudanga yebo phela sekuncike umuntu osemncane mhlamba ngahamba ibanga mhlambe engangemzuzu elishumi omunye ke mhlamba osethanda ukukhula ke mhlambe ngezeleleke ngeminye imizuzu mhlambe emibili noma ke emithathu kodwa nje lilonke engikusho ukuthi akukude ibanga. Thank you, Bali.
Yes. Another point that I would like you to enlighten the court on, as a rail engineer, do you know or did you get some information on why the old bridge was abandoned such that we have only the pillars and the new one constructed?
No, my lord, I never did. I did try to contact Transnet at the time, but for different reasons. It was to find out if they had any internal records, because the procedure within Transnet is that if you have an accident like that, there would be a full report that would be generated. So I was trying to contact them to see if they had records of reports that perhaps had not been published, out there, reports that were internal, that perhaps they could release, for the purposes of this inquest. And so that's what I did. And I was not successful in my attempts, but I never specifically tried to find out why the old bridge was had to be abandoned and a new bridge built.
Cha ekuphendleni kwami umbuzo wenkantolo ukuthi ke mhlambe njengonjiniyela kukhona yini engakwenza ukuphenya mhlambe ukubuza ke lapho ukuthi isizathu sokuye kwaleliya bloho elidala kusetshenzwe leli lisha mhlambe isizathu okuyisona siphi cha Nkosi enkantolo ngaba thinta ke lapha ka Transnet kodwa ngezizathu esihlukile kunalesi inhloso yami ngangifuna ukuthi ngithole kubona mayelana nembiko ke egcinwa ngaphakathi mhlambe make kwaba nesigameko noma ke ingozi thizene bekhona ukuthi mhlambe ngabe kukhona na leyo mbiko abayigcinile ke abanaya lapha kubona ke ngaphakathi ngale kwale esuke ke izokhishwa ke nje esidlangalaleni cha nayo lo mzamo yami ayizange ikwazi ukuthi iphumelele Nkosi enkantolo cha angibuzanga Nkosi enkantolo mayelana nodaba lokuthi kungani kungasetshenziswa kwashintshwa ibhloko kwasetshenziswa lisha.
Do you think some vital forensic evidence was then lost through the, I don't want to say, the correct word would be the demolition of the old bridge, albeit in demolition in part? Wouldn't that lose some vital forensic evidence that we could use fruitfully today?
My Lord, there are two aspects of my answer to your question. The first one is that if you really needed details of the bridge, you could get them. Before bridges are constructed, they are drawn, they are designed and everything. So insofar as getting the details of the bridge themselves, you would not be at a disadvantage purely because physically it has been demolished.
Okay.
Yeah. On the second, the second issue is that my speculation, it's a speculation, as to the reason why the bridge was, or the old bridge was demolished, is just advancements in technology. So if you compare the old bridge to the new bridge was a very modern bridge. So and also perhaps the structural strength and the load-bearing capacity of the old bridge was insufficient for the longer trains, the more modern trains that were carrying heavier loads. So a new bridge had to be built. Yeah.
I see it's 1:20 now. Yes, Ms. Kubeka.
Ukuphendula ke la kuloko udaba lokuthi mhlambe ke ngabe ke singakubeka ngokuphephile ukuthi lo kuyacekela kwalela bloho la ngaphambili mhlambe ngabe kwakuyinhloso ukuthi mhlambe khona okuthize ke lana kwacekela ukubufakazi obaba ungasetshenziswa uma kuvulwa lo daba. Uthi ke ufakazi mayiphendula kona ke ngokwemniningana ethe thuthi uma kuba yayi funeka bebengakwazi ukuthi banikezelele ngoba ibhloko nelibhloko ngaphambi kokuthi lakhiwe kunezinto ezithize kuyadwetshwa ukwakhiwa leso sakhiwe yonke lo mniningwane ke iyaba khona ngaphambi ukuthi ke kuphunyeleliswe ke ukuthi lakhiwa kanjani lizoma kanjani yonke lonto kodwa ke futhi mangiqhubeka ngiphendula umbuzo la ukuthi ukushintsha phela izinto ziya nokukhula ziyashintsha ngeke bekungeke kubambelele kulelo bloho elidala ngoba phela manje sekwakhiwa ke kabusha ngokwesimanje manje indlela imthwale kuhlambeleka zothothi kulayishe imthwale eminingi incindezi yonke lonto kanti emisha ke noma imizila le emisha yakhiwa ngendlela okwazi ukubhekana nezimo zamanje nangoku sithatha isikhathi ke yonke lonto cha lokho ngakusho vele ekugcineni bekuzoba nezinguquko ngoba lesikhathi iminyaka ihamba kuba nezinye izinto ezibazintsha.
Thank you. Unless you have any other questions, I see it's way after 1 o'clock now. Yes. So I can excuse this
The witness
witness.
could be released from there.
Yes, Mr. Lutuli, thank you very much. You are excused from the witness box, and thanks for your enlightening evidence that clarified certain aspects that this court was worried about.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. I suppose we can break for lunch, but I need to know whether you have a witness for after lunch.
My lady, we do have a witness for after lunch.
Thank you. Because we've taken longer than we anticipated in order to release this witness. I think our lunch hour should also go up to 2:30.
Yes, the court please.
Thank you. We'll resume at 2:30. Court adjourns.
Commissioner of Oath, when commissioning the statement, did not put the handwritten designation, full name and street address, but put the South African Police Service stamp.
Yes, sir.
And initials appearing on each page are yours, as well as that of the Commissioner of Oath.
Yes, sir.
My lady, may the statement marked Exhibit P?
Yes, it's Exhibit P.
So, can you read your statement to the court?
I, the undersigned, Jabulani Simon Mzalia, do hereby make oath and say that I'm an adult male with South African identity number 6005-1457-23089. I reside at 69 Rand Park Drive, Rand Ridge Park, Randburg, Johannesburg. I hold a Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science from the University of Zululand, UniZulu, which I obtained in 2001 after I had been awarded a BA and BA Honours and Master's degree from the University of Durban, Westville, which now forms part of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, UKZN. I'm duly authorized to attest to the contents of this affidavit. I have personal knowledge of the facts deposed to herein. Alternatively, they have been acquired by me during my research, which amongst others included holding interviews and collection of literature about the life and the death of Chief Albert Luthuli. I've written 2 books about the life and death of Chief Lutuli, namely Celebrating Chief Albert Luthuli's Life Through His Heritage Trail, which is self-published, and Dead by Train number 332, the Manga story of Chief Albert Luthuli's death, which is still in a manuscript form. The research for the 2 books required further research, which led me to conducting person-to-person interviews, archive documentary research, rereading Chief Luthuli's speeches, analyzing similar circumstances and assassination of liberation leaders, visiting the Lutuli Museum, attending annual Lutuli lectures where I could, and making site visits. The material I got at the University of Cape Town led me to the affidavits of the Boswell inquest.
Stop there, Mr. Mzalia, and let Ms. Kubega interpret.
So court please, my lady. Thank you. Ufakazi ke emveni kokuba ke sesithathile isifungo wazichaza usesifundela ke incwadi ke yakhe efungele noma istatement sakhe esifungele lapho echaza khona lokho engaphansi kwesifungo esho ukuthi yena uJabulani Simon Mzalia naku kachaza ngaphansi kwesifungo ungowesilisa osekhulile walapha eMzansi unombolo yakhe kamazisi engu60 0514572389 uhlala lapha kwanombolo 69 Randburg Drive, Radridge Park, Randburg, Johannesburg noma eGoli, kwathi noma ke ikhodi yakhona u2169. Uyachaza ngokweziqu ke anazo lapha ke iPhD kwi-political science ayithola enyuvesi yakwaZulu lapha ke eZululand yaziwa ngeUniZulu. Iziqu ke lezi zokuphenya ke lapha ke ze politics noma kwi-political science uthi lezi ziqu wazithola ngonyaka ka2001 emveni kokuba kade ke eyawa oyiliswa ke lapha hlonishwa noma nge-honors BA masters degree lapha enyuvesi yakwa ekuthiwa ke iDurban Westville njengamanje seyaziwa ke nge-UKZN. Yebo ke ngichaza ke lokho ngiyazibophezeleka ke kona futhi ngithi into engiyazi mina qobo engayenza amaphuzu engwaziyo futhi ayidinga ukuthi mina ngizenzele kona ukuthi ngenzeke uphenyo ukubamba ke idlwana mlomo ke nabantu qokelela ke ngifunde ke zonke izinto ezimalana nempilo yenkosi nokukhothama kwayo inkosi uChief noma inkosi uAlbert Luthuli. Kunencwadi ke ezimbili engiyibhalile ke ngempilo nangokukhothama kwenkosi uLuthuli la sibala khona ke lapho ke sibungaza khona ke impilo yenkosi uLuthuli ngokuveza ke kwayo ke noma ngokwemininingwane ibekwe ke obala nangokushona ke lapha ke kwakhe ke nge stimela ke lapho number 332 bese ke kuzoba ke lapha ke udaba le noma ke udaba lemangamanga lakhe ke inkosi uLuthuli lokushona ke kwakhe ke ebhalwe ke futhi phansi opinion engalenza ke la ngale ncwadi ke zombili kwangiholela ekutheni ke kube khona abantu engidliwana nabo udlebe umlomo nomlomo ukuyothola ke imininingwane ebhalwe phansi ngenza uphenyo lwami ngiphinde ngiyofunda ke kabusha futhi ke izinto ezazibhalwe ke inkulumo ezazibhalwe yiyona inkosi ngicwaninge ke nangaphansi kwezimo zokusoconga ke la kwabaholi bangaphambilini ngihambele lapha endaweni egcinwa kuyona amagugu yakaLuthuli ngiphinde futhi ke ngihambele ke la imfundiso ke za inkosi ke la ngangakwazi khona ngiphinde ngihambele indawo ke noma ke la kwagcine khona zonke imininingwane lengangayidinga nanokuthi ke kwengakutholayo ke lapha ke enyuvesi yaseKapa kwangiholela ekutheni ke ngithole izinkulumo ke ezibhalwe phansi ezifungelwe ezimayelana ke nalelu yadaba olwaliphethwe ke uBoswell mayelana nodaba lokushona ke kwakhe ke umufi.
Firstly, Albert Luthuli was elected chief when all chiefs were appointed by the state or assumed their chieftainships through descent. The state-appointed chiefs were an extension of state authority. They could be fired, exiled, and punished at the whims of the Minister of Department of Bantu Administration and Secretary, who at that time was Wena Aiselen, and punished at the whims of the Minister of the Department of Bantu Administration and the Secretary, the same named Secretary. They are to be subservient to the authority of the local magistrate. Luthuli's election upset the state's apple cart, and his election, rather than appointment, was feared would be extended to other communities to elect their chiefs, rather than such chiefs being imposed on them. The state feared that he would democratize an institution which thrived on the absence of democratic practices. Secondly, Chief Lutuli amalgamated different races towards a common political goal against the state's policies of racial segregation. He appealed to and addressed liberals, for example, the Institute of Race Relations, and Indians, who were mainly the merchant class in Stanger, defying the state myth of separate development. He worked well with communities, with communists, especially Moses Kotane, although he was a nationalist. Most important was his accommodation of the uneducated, illiterate, and irreligious Africans in local language who are known as Amakaba, and the learned and civilized, Izifundiswa and Amazemtiti.
You must stop there. Every paragraph you must pause and let Ms. Kupega interpret. Thank you.
Okokuqala ke lapha ke inkosi ke uAlbert Luthuli wakhethwa ke ukuba abe inkosi ekubeni ke ngaleso sikhathi wonke amakhosi ke ayekhethwa umbuso noma uhulumeni la ukuthi ke ahlale ke sihlalweni sobukhosi. Njoba ke inkosi yayikhethwa ke umbuso ke la izosebenza ngaphansi ke komthetho wombuso ke la izogxoshwa khona idingiswe khona ijeziswe ke khona ngaphansi ke kwesandla ke sa ngqongqoshe ke lo wangaleso sikhathi wakabantu lapha ke okwaku uweni Eslin nokujeziswa ke kwakhona kwakusahambisana imithetho ke iphuma ke lapha kunqonqosho bakhona lezo judges azoba khona futhi kufanele ke kube ukuthi ke bangaphansi ke kweso lesiphathimandla ke za ngaphansi kwesifunda nkantolo lesa esuke ngaphansi kwazo manje ukukhetha kwenkosi uLuthuli ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ukuthi ke manje uyakhethwa kwabaphatha kabi noba kwabathukuthelisa ke kabi manje ukuthi manje njoba yinesevele wayikhethelwa ke la abantu bemqola ubukhosi akusezikwenzeka ke intando yabo kuzokuthelela nabanye kuthena nabo baphinde bayikhethele ekubeni abantu bebevele banikezelwe inkosi okuyiyona ke eyayizokwazi ukubalawula manje babe nokusabela ukuthi manje ke lokhu kuzoholela ekutheni ke manje kufinyelele ukuthi manje abantu babe nale inkululeko le kuyiyona bona ababe indezelele ekutheni ke manje bangenzi ngokukhululeka ke kwabo noma ngokuthanda ke kwabo okwesibili ke la inkosi uLuthuli yayihlanganisa zonke ke izinhlanga ephuzwini noma ngomqondo ofanayo okwazi ukuthi kuliswane nale mithetho yobuhlanga noma ke yobandlululo ngokubuhlanga iveza futhi ke ikhuluma ke la kulezi zinto lezi uma singenza nje isibonelo la kwakuvela khona ukuthi ke la abamdabu baseNdiya njoba phela bona babechaza noma babephathwa ngendlela ke yona ehlukile futhi la wasebenzana nabantu ke sibala ke ikomanisi lapho uMoses Kotani la ke owayelapha ke kuzwe lonke okubalekile ke la ukuthi yena wayekwazi ukuthi bonke abantu noma zonke izinhlanga akwazi ukuthi sebenze ke nazo ke abafundile ke abangafundanga benkolo inkolo ezihlukene njengoba phela kwakuze kube nalami igama labantu abangamaqaba kuphinde ke kube nalabo abafundile ke ababizwa ngezifundiswa noma amazintithi.
Thirdly, Chief Lutuli had been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize and globalized the struggle against apartheid by being chosen as a 1960 Nobel laureate, the first African to do so. The state then tried all manner of reasons and excuses to prevent him from receiving it in Oslo, Norway, such as not approving his passport to receive the award in 1960.
Okwesithathu ke inkosi ke uLuthuli yaqokwa ke lapha ukuthi ke mayiyomukela ukuhlonishwa noma ukuhlonyeliswa ke la ngeqhaza elibambile ke loxolo ke lapha ekulwiseni nombuso wobandlululo ngaleso sikhathi joba khethwa ke la ukuthi ayothola ke lo mklomelo wakhe woxolo ngonyaka ka1960 kwakuyena umuntu ke omnyama oqala ukuthi ke anganikwa lo mklomelo loyo umbuso ngaleso sikhathi wazama ukusemandleni onke ukumvimba ukuzama ukuvimba kunezathu amazaba ayezomvimbela ukuthi akwazi ukuyomukela lo mklomelo kakho kuyohlonishwa le Oslo ngokuthi phela manje ke bangagunyazi izincwadi lezi kazoyisebenzisa zokuphuma ke kulelizwe ke lesikhathi yomukela umklomelo wakho ngonyaka 1960.
The following year, 1961, the state relented and allowed him to travel to Oslo, Norway, under strict conditions, such as to be back in the country in 10 days. The delays of his Durban, which was then called Louis Botha, to Joburg, which was then Jan Smuts Airport for connecting flight to London, due to unexplained plane technical problems, were likely to be the state tricks for him not to travel. He loitered in the non-white section of the Louis Botha Airport in Durban. His connecting flight from Johannesburg to London was also delayed. So when he arrived in London, the crowds that had gathered to welcome him were such that they had been scattered by the United Kingdom police.
Ngonyaka ke ka1961 umbuso ke la wawumanqeka ukumgunyaza ukuthi ke ahambe ke ayilapha eOslo la eElbeek sengakhona eNorway. Futhi ke kunanemithetho eqinile ke manje ukuthi joba ke ehamba ke la funeke ensukwini ezilishumi abese yabuya ke futhi la ezweni. Kwayilento yokubambezeleka kwezindiza ehamba ngazo cacile ukuthi ke kwakwamaqhinga abo laba kontamo olukhulu ukuthi kube nokubambezeleka ngoba uma ubheka indies ayizosuka ngayo lapha ke ngaleso sikhathi lapha kulo la kwagitshela khona kwakuthiwa yini iLouis Border esuka eThekwini ilibhekisa ke lapha ke kuYan Smart okuyisegoli lapha izofika athole khona ke indiza esizomthatha ke manje ilibhekisekele nokuyilapho phela manje waye yena ke lapha lesikhathi lapha ke airport yase Louis Border waye kula ngahlalo maye yedwa kulaba abangabi ngakho khona abantu abamnyama ku nje abamhlophe ke bengekho abamnyama manje ke lokho konke ukubambezeleka kwenza ukuthi ngisho isikhathi esefika ngale iqu labantu elalizomamukela uthe sefika vele ke selichithekile ema selichithwa ngamaphoyisa kalisekho la ayezomukelwa khona zinkumbulo zabantu.
Fourthly, Chief Lutuli was a small farm cane grower who revived the Groudville Bantu Sugar Cane Growers Association. He organized black cane growers to challenge the discriminatory treatment of African cane growers by white farmers at sugar mills. The millers prioritized servicing white sugar cane farmers and sometimes turned back African farmers' produce because it was considered by them to be of low quality.
Okunye ke futhi ke la kwesinye inkosi uLuthuli ke la kwaku omunye wosomaplazi noma umlimi owaye kade ke eneplazi elaliselincane elikhulisa ke futhi ekhuthaza abantu balapha ke eGroundsville lapha ke kwinhlangano le isebenza ke la bengabalimi futhi ke lana ehlela ke manje ke la ukuthi bona njengabalimi ababesa bancane ke ukuthi ke balwisane nalolu bandlulo olwalikade ke lukhona kubalimi ke abamhlophe nalabo abamnyama ke indlela ababephathwa ngayo lapha ke egayweni ke lapha zoshukela ngoba uzothothi lapha la kusetshenzwa khona mali abe yakhona ukuhambisa umsebenzi wabo egayweni kuzonakwa noma ke abantu eqalwa ke ngabo ilabalimi ke abamhlophe kunabalimi ke abamnyama kwesinye isikhathi umlimo omnyama uzofika nomsebenzi wakhe uphindisele emuva ngokuthi awukho ezingeni eliphezulu sezingeni eliphansi.
Chief Lutuli was stripped of his title as chief because he was given a choice between being a chief of the Amakholwa and the presidency of the ANC, under which circumstances he opted not to choose. The apartheid government made the choice for him by stripping him of his chieftainship. However, his stature and struggle for the freedom of black people in South Africa never diminished. He did not lose the admiration of his people, South Africa and the wider world.
Inkosi ke la uLuthuli ya nikwa ke ithuba noma yakhethiswa ukuthi ke manje ke ayikhetho kodwa phakathi kwalezinto ukuthi uzokhetha ukuthi aqhubeka be inkosi yalapha ke emakholwa kule ndawo yasemakholwa noma uzoqhubeka nokuthi ke abe umongameli wenhlangano yeANC ngaphansi kwalezo zimo kodwa inazange akhethe lutho okuthi uhulumeni obandlula ngaleso sikhathi wona wamenzela noma bamkhethela bona base bemuca isikhundla sakhe noma bemuca ke ukuthi ke akaseyona ke inkosi noma ke kunjalo ubuyena ubuntu bakhe ukuzabalaza ke kwakhe ezabalazela inkululeko abantu abamnyama la eMzansi ke akuzange ke lokho ke kumphazamise noma ke kummise futhi ke nenhlonipho ke abantu ababemnikezela yona ke la eMzansi ke izweni lonke azange ayimuke ngoba abantu babesoloko bemhlonipha yena ke inkosi uLuthuli.
During the course of my research, I came to realize that there were many mysterious deaths of unifying African leaders and leaders of anti-colonial movements which took place in the decade between 1960 and 1970. All of them were at the forefront of struggling to liberate their countries from foreign domination. This was a decade where most African countries received liberation from European colonizers. The assassination of Chief Lutuli occurred during this decade. This list is long, but the following will suffice.
Ngitheke lesikhathi ke ngilenza ke uphenyo ke lami ngabona ukuthi la kunabantu abaningi abashona iskanjani noma abanokushona okwanganazi izipendulo ke la kakhulukazi uma sibheka ke kubaholi noma ke amaqhawe akitha ngalesa sikhathi lesiyana sengcindezi isikhathi kusalelwa ukuthi ke manje ke kusuke ke ebumnyameni ke manje kuyiwe enkululekeni phakathi kwekhathi zo-1960 no-1970 bonke phela lesikhathi bebula balwela ngalesikhathi besazabalaza ke manje bezabalezela ke amazwe ke abo ke la ngoba futhi uma usukubheka lo lesikhathi phela manje kuzama ukuthi phela manje akusuke ke ezweni leli ke noma lengaphansi ke ilawula abamhlophe ke la ngoba uma ubheka nangalesikhathi inkosi uLuthuli isocongwa yenze ngalezo khathi lezo yebo uhlu lami enginalo ngalolu phenyo lwami ke luthe kuba lijana kodwa ngithe uma ke ngiphenya ngathola lokho kulandelayo.
A Dr. Felix Ronald Mumi of the Union to Play Cameroonese of Cameroon. His party was a major political force demanding the end of the United Nations trusteeship over Cameroon and complete independence. A French intelligence agent, William Bachtel, used thallium to poison him on November 3, 1980.
1960. Is it 1980?
Sorry, 1960.
La sikhuluma ngoDr. Felix Ronald Mombe owe UPC umholi lapha owaye ke umholi ke la kuleli zinga ephoqa ukuthi akume lobu budlelwane obabu phakathi kweCameroon kanti balobe ukuthi bayazimela ke nje bona ngokugcwele uFrench noma ke iFrench intelligence agents la ka William Bachtel yasebenzisa uhlobo ke la poison okuyithallium bulala ke noma ke olwasebenzisa ke kuye lasetshenziswa kuyena ke lapha ngomhla ka November 3 1960.
B. Patrice Lumumba, the Prime Minister of Congo, was killed by a firing squad on January 17, 1961, and 4 days later, to hide evidence, his body was hacksawed and dissolved in sulfuric acid. He was assassinated with 2 of his ministers, Joseph Okito and Maurice Mpolo.
Okwesibili ke la kuno umunye ke ungqongqoshe wase Congo uPatrice Lumumba owabulawa ngokudutshulwa ke lapha ke amaphoyisa firing squad yalapha ngo January 17, 1961 okathi ke kungenxa ensukwini ezine ngenhloso yokufihla ke ubufakazi ke la okwabe ke umzimba wakhe ufakwa ke acid ngenhloso ukuthi kufihla ubufakazi akasocongwanga yedwa ke lo wasocongwa nongqongqoshe bakhe ababili ukuthi uJoseph Okito no Maurice Mpolo.
C. President of Togo, Sylvanus Olympio, was killed in a coup d'etat on January 13, 1963. The president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, who wanted a union with Togo, was suspected of being behind the coup in which Olympio was assassinated. The other theory was that when Olympio refused to accommodate Togolese soldiers who had served the French army into the small Togolese army, he invited the wrath of the French government, who had promised they would return home, who had promised them they would be returning home as heroes.
Umongameli uTogo uOlympio okwathi ke lapho ke kusuqweni kwabo ngoJanuary 13, 1963 umongameli waseGhana uKwame Nkrumah ababefuna ke ubumbano ke la noTogo okwakusolakala ukuthi bona bahambisana ke noma ibona ke ababe soconge uOlympia ke la ngokolwazi noma ngokophenyo kwa ukutholakala ukuthi uOlympio yena wayenqabe ukuhlalisa noma ukumukela ke lo mbutho waseTogolese ababe kade ke umbutho ke lo wase French ababe lapha bebancanyana ke lapha eTugulis nokuyilaba abakade bemenywe uhulumeni walapha ke eFrance nokulapha ababe bathembise khona ukuthi phela manje babezobuyisa ke ekhaya amaqhawe abo.
D. The leader of the Moroccan opposition, Mehdi Ben Bakr, known as a traveling salesman of the revolution, was kidnapped in France in 1965, and his body was never found. The French intelligence organization, known as the SDECE, was suspected of having kidnapped him as a favor to the Moroccan king Hassan II. Ben Bakr was a known critic of the king.
Umholo lapha ke Morocco okwenhlangano uMehdi Ben Bakr owaziwa ngela la traveling salesman of a revolution wathunjwa lapha ke eFrance ngonyaka ka1965 akaze ngazatholakala ngisho umzimba wakhe akaze utholakale uphiko ke lapha lo ke le French intelligence organization eyaziwa ngeSDECE ba solakala ukuthi ke bamthumbile ke njengoba babevuna noma besekela ke la uMoroccan King Hassan II uBekapan ngale njengoba phela wayaziwa ke la ngenkosi ke enesandla esiqinile.
E. Tom Mboya was gunned down on June 5, 1969 in a Mombasa pharmacy. His killer, Nahashon Jenga Njoronge, was found and confessed that he'd been contracted by the big man, who he did not name. When assassinated, Tom Mboya had grown in stature as a visionary Kenyan leader, elected as chairman of a growing organization, the All Africa People's Conference. He had led the Kenyan independence negotiations and was a shoe-in as a future leader of Kenya.
Kuzoba ke uTom Mboya owadutshulwa wabulawa ngomhla ka5 July 1969 lapha ke eMombasa epharmacy umbulali ke wakhe ke uNahan Jenga Njoronge watholakala ke wasiyagonyuluka ke la ukuthi wayeqashwe indoda enkulu noma ke ubig man angazange asamchaza kamagama lakho lesikhathi ke esocongwa ke lapha kwabe ke sekhula ke sekuvela ke la owavela ke noma eqaqulwa njengo Kenyan owayezoba umholi wakhethwa inhlangano ke lapha na nokuyilapho ke yena ebuholeni bakhe ke nasengcuxweni wayezimele kuyena owabesengena njengomholi wakusasa ke walapha ke eKenya.
F. Eduardo Mondlane, founding president and leader of Frelimo, was killed by a parcel bomb in 1969 in exile in Tanzania for leading Frelimo against Portuguese imperialism. The reasons put forward were that tribal actions and the partnership of some of the Tanzanian hosts facilitated his assassination. The hand of the Portuguese intelligence, the Intelligence and State Defense, which was known as PIDE, was suspected to be behind the parcel bomb.
La kuphinde kube uEdiodo Mudlane labo watholakala noma njengomongameli nomholi weFrelimo wabulawa ke parcel athizeni ke ilibhom lapha ngo1969 esekudingisweni eTanzania lapho ke ekuholwa ke iFrelimo eyayingahambisani nokulusana noma kwalaba amaPortuguese. Isizathu ke savezwayo la sokuthi phela manje abantu ababa nesandla ke sokusocongwa kwakhe ke la kwahlangana lapha amaTanzania nalolu hlanga ke lama amasosha ke la kwamaphoyisa namasosha aziwa ke ngePIDE ngoba kwayibona abasolakala ukuthi ibona ababe nesandla kuleli yabhomu noma leli parcel laba yibhomu.
I have learned that the state's version of the events of Lutuli's death drives two dominant narratives. one of which is that the state was not responsible for his death. Some researchers have unquestionably accepted this narrative. One such willing believer was Scott Cooper, an American missionary of the Congregational Church who came to South Africa and served educational institutions like Inanda Seminary and the University of Natal in Pietermaritzburg.
Okunye futhi engufundile ke ukuthi ke la ku ngokombuso ke weincazelo ke zale gameko zihlukene ke la kabili ke la kuyizinto ke sithi zithande ezingafani njoba ke okunye kuveza ukuthi umbuso wongenaso isandla ekukhuthameni kwenkosi uLuthuli la ngokophenyo ke futhi ke la olube khona lugcina lunembuzo eminingi ke la noma umbuzo ke ebakhona esalayo ke la njengokuthi oyedwa ke la ekuchaze njengokuthi wakholwa uScott Cooper omunye ke lapha ke webandla laseMelika ekuyi American missionary of the Congregational Church owake weza la eMzansi wasebenza ke lapha efundisa endaweni ezifana nawo Inanda Seminary kanjalo ke futhi nalapha ke esikhungweni esiphakeme semfundo ephakeme yala KwaZulu-Natal ePietermaritzburg.
Professor of Public Theology and History at the University of Natal School of Religion, Smangaliso Khumalo, in his book, Prophetic Christianity in the Legacy of Chief Albert Luthuli, Sources and Lessons for a Christo-Political Praxis to the South African Church, Scottville, Albert Luthuli bound by Faith 2015 dismissed the notion of Scott Cooper, who was published by UKZN Press 2010, that the apartheid state had no reason to kill him because it would martyr him.
Kona ke futhi ke la uprofessor ke la owayeveza itheory nomlando lapha ke eKwaZulu noma ke lapha eUniversity ya la eNatal nalapha ke kuyikolo zenkolo Smangaliso Khumalo nalapha futhi ke kwi Prophetic Christian in the Legacy of Albert Luthuli lapho ke ezinye zezinto noma izifundo lapho ze Christo-Political Praxis for South Africa Church Scottville bese kuba late Albert Luthuli bound by faith 2015 nala kwa chithwa ke la le incwadi noma ke ya Scott Cooper kube UKZ in Press ngo 2010 eyayiveza ke noma eyayiveza ukuthi uhulumeni obandlulo ngaleso sikhathi wangenazathu sokuthi umbulale ngoba wongeke umthunazi.
The first objection to Cooper's assertion is that here we are 57 or 58 years later this year still debating Luthuli's death. The obfuscation and the destruction of evidence by the apartheid state and the lethargy of the post-1994 government to be seized with this matter has not made Luthuli's death go away.
La umubheka ke ngokwaloko kwaveza kokuqala ukuphikisana ngokwakhopha ukuthi ngalesa sikhathi kuze kube manje eminyakeni engama50 andlula namanje sakhuluma ngalo udaba lokukhothama kwenkosi uLuthuli nokuyizinto ke futhi manje sezi phazamisa ke ubufakazi ke noma ke la ubufakazi bangalesa sikhathi bohulumeni obandlululo naloku ke bohulumeni ke wamanje kusuka ngo1994 okuyona ke manje akacacisi noma akuphezi noma akulahli ke lelinto leliphuzu lokuthi ke na umufi ke uLuthuli kudlule.
The second narrative that drove Cooper's approach is of a too Christianized Lutuli. It robbed him, which is Cooper, of understanding not only Lutuli's politics, but also the political environment under which Chief Luthuli operated. Luthuli was a Christian, But it was not an all too consuming occupation. There were multiple Lutulis in one man, from music to football administrator to sugarcane farmer and store owner. Cooper built on the missionary notion that Christianity led to obedience and was a weapon to neutralize colonized people. Cooper did not appreciate the many Lutulis which academic Jabulani Sithole and Sibongiseni Mkhize wrote about in Truth or Lies, Selective Memories, Imagings, and Representations of Chief Lutuli, Chief Albert John Luthuli, in recent political discourses.
So kunye ke futhi uma ubheka ke ngendlela ke ayisa ngakhona ke la umbhalo kaKhupha mayelana nalo kholwa bakhe uLuthuli kahle kahle ke manje kwaku indlela yokumphanga noma yokumemuka ukuqonda ukuthi uLuthuli kwangakona ukuthi waye umuntu wezombusazwe nje kuphela ayisebenza ke ngako kuphela kodwa uLuthuli futhi waye ikholo la futhi ke indoda yamakhono amaningi noma nezinto eziningi emculweni yangena ebholeni lezinyawo ubhala kanjalo futhi ke la umfama noma ke umlimi osemncane womoba unesitolo manje kahle kahle ke la inhloso ke la ababeyakho Khupha kwaku ukuthi usetshenziswe ukukholwa njengokunqanda ubundlobongela noma ke manje ukuguqula ke abantu kubafaka la babe ngakubona ukuthi ke ngale kwakhe ke yena ubaba uLuthuli la babebhekene naye kodwa babe baningi abanye uLuthuli la sibala uJabulani Sithole kanjalo noSibongiseni nabo futhi ababhala la ke bebhala ukuthi ngabe kuyiqiniso make kuhamanga mhlambe ngabe kukhethwa okukhunjulwayo ke la izithombe ezezinto ezazivezwa ke la ngodaba ke lakhe ke ubaba ke uLuthuli emkhakheni lo wezepolitiki.
After his death, his political organization, the ANC, distributed pamphlets that apartheid squads had killed him. To counter this accusation, the head of the South African security branch, General Vadenberg, called a press conference to refute the allegations. It was the first and only press conference ever called by the secretive and media-avoiding Vadenberg. However, Vadenberg blemished Luthuli's legacy by saying he was a willing collaborator and was on the verge of embracing apartheid.
Emveni kokukhothama ke kwakhe noma seshonile uLuthuli inhlangano ke lapha zombusazwe iANC baveza ke lapha ama pamphlet noma ke inqwembe ke incwadi ezayibhalwe phansi eveza ukuthi ke la amaphoyisa ke noma abobandlululo bambulele ke la ukuze bakwazi ukuzophikisana lokho inhloko yezombutho ke ngaleso sikhathi laba bawela ngaphansi kobandlululo uGeneral Vadenberg wabe sebiza ke inkomfa yonondaba ukuze phela abazoyiphendelela einsolweni noma esasezigcwele kwakokuqala ke lapho ukuthi ke na ubizwe inkomfa ke la la bebibizelwa khona ke emfihlalo kugwenywa ke la ukuthi kube khona abe indaba ke la kunoma ke kunjalo kodwa ke akuveza noma kuqhakambisa ke yena ke uVadenberg uchaze nje ukuthi phela manje ke lo uLuthuli wamchaza nje umuntu wayesezimisela manje ukubuyisana ke nabo ahloniphe ukusebenza kuhulumeni wobandlululo ngalesa sikhathi.
Another glaring Vadenberg misrepresentation, or dare I say lie, was that Lutuli was about to renounce communism. Lutuli worked well with communists, but was not one himself. Apartheid South Africa's anti-communist stance was that anyone who opposed it was informed by some communist ideas, even when they were nationalists.
So kunye ke futhi ngachaza nje unye kwashiwo noma kwachazwa uVadenberg ukuthi uLuthuli wayevele ke manje ziveza noma ezokusho ukuthi yena wayeselikommunist. Yebo wayesebenza namakommunist kodwa wayengalona yena uqobo lwakhe. Uhulumeni wangalesa sikhathi obandlululo njengoba ungahambisani namakomanisi ke noma ngawubani kwakuwukuthi noma ngawubani owayengahambisani ke nabo ke noma nembono ke yabo ke lapho yamakomanisi ke ngisho nangalesikhathi sekufaka ke kuze lonke.
Lutuli was a unifier. Unified in him were the Christian, the politician, the farmer, the teacher, the father, the preacher, and the leader. It meant that he could cut across all these and unified them. He also unified the uneducated, as was stated earlier, with the uneducated, the urban and the rural. In Stenga, he had friends of Indian extraction whom he called Abashobubami. He was once an executive member of the white-led South African Institute of Race Relations.
Uyabona ke uma sikhuluma ke ngoLuthuli kwakuyindoda yobumbane ezimele eyedwa njengoba phela umuntu wayeyikholwa usopolitiki noma ungumfama umlimi uthisha ubaba umfundisi umholi lokho phela kusho ukuthi yena wayengakwazi ukuthi ke konke ke lokhu akuthatha kuhlanganise ke kufane make kube ndawonye njengoba phela manje wayihlanganisa kwasani ifundiswa ayilabo abangafundanga indawo ezisemaphandleni indawo esemakhaya njengoba phela futhi manje wayezeke futhi enanabangani ke bomdabu waseNdiya ababize ngokuthi abahlobo bakhe futhi ke manje ke lo yena ke wake waba ke lapha ke ilungu lapha ke ilunga ke lapha ke elali executive member of the white-led South African Institute of Race Relations kushuthi ke wayililunga lalaba ababelisana nobuhlanga ngokuphatha kwabelunga leso sikhathi leso.
The apartheid state lifted Chief Lutuli's ban momentarily. The short lifting of the ban allowed him to embark on a speaking tour of South Africa, where he met mixed audiences, to the chagrin of the government. One of the audiences was his invitation by the Pretoria University's Political Association, where radical members of an Afrikaner group accosted him, and the police, possibly the special branch, winked an eye and described the culprits only as hooligans.
Uhulumeni ke wobandlululo noma wawuke umxekisele kube ukuthi ke akekho ngaphansi kwembandela ayephila ke ngaphansi kwayo nokulelo thutshana lalibancane lalikwazi ukuthi ke limnika ithuba lokuthi ahambe ke manje ayokhuluma nabantu ke basemza kube khona indlela ke noma kuhamba elithatha nokulapha azodibana khona nabantu abahlukene ngokwengxoxo ke kukhulunywe ke la ngendaba ke zahulumeni noma nengqinamba zahulumeni ngaleso sikhathi nokuyilapho ke khona lapha kamenyelwa khona omnye weswengi sakusamemela khona ke lapha ke ePitoli University yasePitoli la kwaku kwipolitika noma kwezepolitiki ke political association nokuyilapho ke la amanye ke noma amanye amalunga amabhunu noma iqula amabhunu aya kuyena amaphoyisa mhlambe kwakuyilawo amaphoyisa ke ayesebenza ke ngaphansi kwengcindezi ke ayesemthe nje ke esembhekile ke wachaza njengomuntu ke umdlwembe ke nje umuntu ke ochaza njengomuntu ongemuhle nje owumdlwembe.
He was a member, a Natal president, and later an ANC, but he worked well with communists, particularly Moses Kotane, as we have stated, whom he trusted. He was a nationalist who worked well with liberals, although he did not think they should lead the struggle, but be canalized within the broader struggle led by the African National Congress.
Wayililungu futhi ke la engumongameli la eNatal nokwathi kamuva wase ehola ke yonke ke noma eba umongameli weANC yena usebenze kahle kakhulu ke nama communists njengoba bengichazile ke futhi kakhulukazi lapha ke uMoses Kotane ayimthembeke kakhulu njengoba ke futhi nje kuze lonke inhlanga zonke ayekade ke esebenza ke nazo kodwa ukuthi kungasho ukuthi phela bese holela ekutheni ke mhlambe bangafakwa ngale kokuthi baguqululwe ke phela nabo ukuze bakwazi ukuthi banyuse ke isibalo sokwazi ukubambisana lesikhathi ke kulwela ke umzabalazo ke la kakhongolose noma we-ANC.
This broad appeal across these divides undercut the effectiveness of the apartheid government, whose laws were to widen the divides for divide and rule tactics so as to extend their rule.
La uma ubheka ke ngokwahulumeni ke ubandlululo ngaleso sikhathi wawakha ke nje uqhekeko ke nje kakhulu ke futhi manje ngokwemthetho ke yabo usuku nosuku indlela nje ukwazi ukuthi manje lemithetho inyusele kodwa yenza uqhekeko.
The chief's son, Christian, came to the hospital on the 21st at about 1 p.m. He said he saw his father, who recognized him, but he did not want to talk a lot with him to give the doctors a chance to tend to him. The investigating officer, Louis, should have interviewed Christian as a family member who responded first and should have asked for his affidavit, but he didn't.
Indodana ke yenkosi Christian owafika lapha esibhedlela ngo-1 ngalilanga lesigameko noma ilanga lela ayengalo lapha. Wambona ke lapha ubaba wakhe nobaba futhi wambona. Kodwa kafunanga ukuthi ke akhulume izinto eziningi noma akhulume naye njoba yenika ithuba lo dokotela ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bambheke ke la. Umphenyi wayecala ke kwafanele ukuthi ke uyaxoxisana ke naye njengomuntu owaye ilunga lomndeni ke liqala lalikade likhona lapha mhlambe acele nani incwadi noma ke incwadi eyifungelwe kuyena ngokustatement sakhe.
New evidence came only in 2011 and was submitted by one of the two young ladies who had accompanied Chief Lutuli for part of his walk to his sugarcane field on the day of his death. The two ladies were not interviewed by the investigating officer, Sergeant Lewis. The two young ladies said they always accompanied Chief Lutuli when he visited the sugarcane fields. On the fateful day, they claimed they accompanied him, who, after walking with them, asked them to return home and encourage them about education.
Kuye kwaba khona ke ubufakazi obuye bavela ke lapho uqale nje ukuvela ngonyaka ka2011 nokuyilapho ke obavezwa eyodwa yamantombazane ke amabili ayekade ke ephelezele ke inkosi njoba babehamba naye kuya lapha ke ezimobeni ngalelilanga leli akhothama ngalo. Lamantombazane la umabili azange umphenyi wecala awadle abe nodlana ndlebe nawo noma axoxisane nawo okuSergeant uLouis. La mantombazane ke amabili asho ukuthi ayihlezi ke njalo emphelezela ke noma ephelezela ke inkosi uma ngabe iya lapha ke ezimobeni okwathi nangalo lelanga baphelezela ke bese bechaza ukuthi inkosi ke semveni sebaphelezele abatshela ukuthi ke ababuyele ke emuva ke ngqoqweni zabe babe nayo yayibakhuthaza ke la ngokubaleka ke kwemfundo noma ngokufunda.
One of the ladies claimed to have heard a loud bang after they had separated from Chief Lutuli. When she went back to find out what the loud bang was about, they saw Lutuli lying down with a white man standing next to him. The young lady who submitted her evidence as Mrs. Bonga to lawyer Paul of Stenger in 2011 was not called by the investigating officer Louis, and therefore the evidence of a loud bang remained unknown. The identity of an unknown white man she claimed stood next to Chief Lutuli was not included in any of the affidavits. This young lady is now Mrs. Bonga, and her statement is attached in the submission.
Oyedwa walamantombazane owasho ke ukuthi wakuzwa umsindo ke la emveni kokuthi behlukene ke nenkosi uLuthuli waphindela ke emuva ukuyobheka ukuthi kwakuyini la abona khona ke inkosi sileli lapha phansi kukhona umlisa ke wameduze ke kwakhe lo intombazanyana ke le iyanikezelela ke ngencazelo yayo noma isifakazo sayo ke yena lo umama uBonga ummeli ke uPaul of Stenga lapho walapha uPaul ummeli kokuPaul walapha ke eStenga ngonyaka ka2011 kodwa ke akazange ke lapha ke umphenyi kambize ke umphenyi loku uLewis mhlambe ukuthi athathe kuyena ke statement leso futhi mayelana nobufakazi balo msindo waba khona ke eyawaziwelo kwagcina phelele kanjalo futhi ke nomlisa lomhlophe ke lo wesifazana achaza ukuthi wambona emiduze kwenkosi uLuthuli azange sazi ke nje futhi akuzange ke kuze kufakwe lutho ke izincazelo zalomuntu ngisho nakule inkulumo ezayibhalwa phansi zasifungele le wesifazane ke la omncane wayemncane manje ke sesithi umama uBonga statement sakhe asenza kummeli uPaul silapha ke ku annex 1.
When Mrs. Nokukanya Lutuli arrived at the hospital after having been on a trip to Durban, she found that her husband had been struck by a sharp object at the back of his head. The wound at the back of the head was not included in Dr. Van Zyl's medical legal report, which is annexed as well.
Lesikhathi ke umama uNokukhanya Luthuli ke efika lapha esibhedlela emveni kokuba debe nohambo oluya ke eThekwini wabe sethola ke umyeni wakhe eshaywe ke la ngento eyayibukhali ke lapha ke ngemuva ekhanda lakhe kunenxeba elalela ngemuva nje ekhanda kodwa ke lokhu kulimala kwakungekho noma kwakungaveziwe ke lapha embikweni ohlanganiswe udokotela kudokotela uVan Zyl ngokumbiko ke lapha oku annex 2.
Mr. Msima, I think we should stop here for the day. Ms. Kupega, I'm sure we'll find it relieving that we stop here
I will, my
for
lady.
today. Thanks.
Let's go, please, lady.
Mr. Mzaria, sorry that we have to stop now because of the lateness of the hour. It's 25 to 4. It's just before 25 to 4. So we will continue tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Is that fine? Mr. Noble, 10 o'clock? Ms. Chene? Mr. Msima?
Suitable, my lady.
Mr.
Yes.
Okay. You will continue under oath tomorrow. For now, we adjourn to the 25th of April 2025. These proceedings will resume at 10 o'clock.
So kubeka kusasa 25 April ngo10 ekuseni kuyona le nkantolo.
Let's adjourn.
Sukume sonke enkantolo.